You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune in to The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99, WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge, so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Armchair Quarterback Radio is AFC South Country, all NFL season long.
They hand it off for Ned. He's driving, and he's in for the touchdown. Wow!
Drive starts at the 1 and looking for a little breathing room, and they get that and plenty more. Derrick Henry still going. Stays in bounds. He might go. 99 yards for the touchdown. Unbelievable. 2nd and 10. Empty set. Walk downfield, and that is Hilton again. 1st and goal. Ebron, what a year for him. Eric Ebron, touchdown, Colts. Slant, caught, touchdown. Marquise Lee, and he punched the ball into the stands. Deep, and he's got it. Keelan Cole, touchdown, Jacksonville.
Stay locked into the AFC South on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Here's good news. There's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
Are you looking for a reliable dental practice that not only cares about your teeth, but is friendly to work with? How about one that offers great deals and new patient promotions? Well, your search is over. Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton, Georgia is committed to giving you the biggest and brightest smile. Right now, get a $99 new patient special, including x-rays and exam. Maybe you're looking for veneers. Most Valuable Smiles veneer special includes 1 free veneer with every 5 purchased. Or get that bright white smile you've always wanted by taking advantage of an exclusive $100 off Zoom whitening treatment when you book today. And don't forget that 2022 is almost over. That means most insurance policies will reset by the new year, and to avoid losing that extra money, you need to use it or lose it. Book an appointment today with Most Valuable Smiles in downtown Eatonton to lock in these exclusive deals. Call 706-623-0318 or visit mostvaluablesmiles.com.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's The Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com/Braves Country.
Armchair. You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a full slate of games on a Friday in Major League Baseball. The Chicago Cubs are hosting the Kansas City Royals this afternoon. We'll take you to the action as the game rolls along here on Braves Country HD. It's Reagans versus Tyon, sunny day at Wrigley Field. Makeup game from yesterday, Tigers and Guardians. Skubal and Williams gets it going at 4:10 Eastern. Game 1 of a doubleheader. At 6:40, Blue Jays are at the Reds. Berrios versus Kennedy. The Red Sox and Yankees, 7:05. Brian Bayo on the hill. Those 2 games are your Apple Plus games. 7:05, Phillies are at the Nationals. Lorenzen versus Adon. Michael Lorenzen, last time he was on the bump facing these Nationals, he threw a no-hitter. Tigers and Guardians finish up their doubleheader 7:10. Manning versus Curry. And at 7:20, the big one, the Atlanta Braves welcome in the San Francisco Giants. Giants are 7 games above 500 on the year, 29-29 on the road. While the Braves come in with Major League Baseball best, 78-42. It's Spencer Strider, 13-4 with a 3.75 on the hill for Atlanta. And Alex Cobb, who's 6-4 with a 3.62. Brewers are at the Rangers, 8:05, Woodruff versus Heaney. Pirates are at the Twins. Minnesota leading the AL Central, Lopez versus Jackson. Mariners and Astros head-to-head, 8:10 Eastern. Bryce Miller, JP France on the mound. Mets are at the Cardinals, 8:15. White Sox at Rockies, 8:40. And the Rays are at the Angels at 9:38. Well, at 9:40 tonight, the Baltimore Orioles, Kirk Gibson, are at the Oakland Athletics in Medina. Diamondbacks and Padres still fighting to stay alive in the wild card race, 9:40. Brandon Pfaadt versus Seth Lugo. And the Los Angeles Dodgers, the hottest team in Major League Baseball, ride an 11-game winning streak at home versus the Miami Marlins. It's Gonsolin versus Alcantara. Dodgers minus 145 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. National Football League, pretty good slate of preseason tonight with 2 games. The big one in Atlanta, the Falcons at home against the Bengals. Falcons 6.5-point spread. They're the favorites, over under 38.5. Most of the starters for the Bengals not expected to play. Panthers are at the Giants at 7 o'clock on NFL Network. Giants -3, over under 38. And on the weekend, games of interest around the National Football League. Jaguars are at the Lions at 1 o'clock on Saturday, NFL Network. Dolphins at the Texans. The Bears and Colts complete a triple header on the network. Bills are at Steelers at 6:30. Bucks and Jets, 7:30 in New York. Titans are at the Vikings at 8 o'clock. And the Broncos are at the 49ers while the Cowboys visit the Seahawks. Baltimore Ravens have reached an agreement with former number 1 pick Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney reached an agreement with the Ravens on Thursday night and could be in Baltimore as soon as Friday to sign the deal. The Detroit Lions have waived injured wide receiver Denzel Mims a month after he was acquired in a trade with the New York Jets. Mims suffered an ankle injury during a recent training camp practice and then suffered a calf injury during his rehab. He will become an unrestricted free agent. Philadelphia Eagles cornerback Zach McPherson suffered a torn right Achilles tendon during Thursday's preseason game against the Cleveland Browns. He's expected to miss the entire season, as reported by ESPN Tim McManus. McPherson was injured in the second quarter after breaking up a pass over the middle. He was unable to put any weight on his leg. He was assisted off the field after being carted inside. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Armor Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pub cup. Really, this is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee. I don't know much, but I know one thing. If I ever hear ESPN just talk about child labor laws ever again, I mean, the Little League World Series is on 24/7 live this month.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Hope you are having a great afternoon. Look, nothing against the Little League World Series. If you're into it, you're into it. But first of all, I can't watch it. It feels dirty to sit there and watch these kids play day in and day out. I really feel like they're getting exploited to no end. But years ago when they first started televising, I remember we would watch it and it was cool to watch it. And they would only show the championship game. Then they would show the semifinals, and that was cool too. They're showing preliminary rounds. I mean, it's going to get to the point we're going to start seeing T-ball practice. It is absurd. It's because, and the reason why is ESPN's television shows get 0 ratings during the day nowadays. So it's cheaper for them to just put this on and pay the Little League World Series basically nothing to put their stuff on TV. I know the kids get a kick out of it, and I get that part of it. But when it's all said and done, we worry about NIL deals and everyone getting their fair share. What are these kids getting paid to do this? That's what I'd like to know. I mean, come on. Let's get it together. Anyways, no idea who's playing or what the score is. I flip over there and I go, that's it. They're not done doing this. I think they've got another week past this. I'm not sure. It seems like that's how it always unfolds. I feel like they always get it finished up just before Labor Day weekend. We've got a busy show in front of you. We're going to be talking about Atlanta Braves. We've got it's Clemson and Ole Miss Day. We moved the Florida State Day to Monday. It's a long story why, but we're going to talk Clemson football, Ole Miss Rebel football. Bobby's on the way, so we're going to be talking that. We're going to get into some other football. We're doing our college football draft, and we will talk about that and a lot more to get into. But before we get into all that, it is Braves time. It's Braves. It's baseball time in Braves country. That's what I'm trying to get out. Here we go on a TGI Friday.
You're in Braves country.
All right, Braves fans. We got a little alumni weekend. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, Heather. If y'all want to join the chat and listen on radio, just jump on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Braves Country HD is the name of the channel. All right, here we go. You got the Braves coming into this weekend. Now, it's alumni weekend, so you're going to have a lot of cool things that they've got in store for you on alumni weekend. If you're going to the park, just kind of check what they're doing. They still had a couple things up in the air, but all in all, it should be a really, really fun time. They got a lot of things going on pre-game Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They're taking on the Giants. The big thing about this is you put the alumni stuff away. Braves come into this game once again. Look, we lead the National League. We lead in Major League Baseball with the best record. And there's nothing to really complain about when you look at the big picture. But have you noticed how red hot the Dodgers are? They are now 4 games behind us. They were in our rear view mirror a couple of weeks ago. They're now 4 games back and gaining. They are the hottest team in Major League Baseball. By the way, the Royals lead the Cubs 1-0. That game is very early on. We'll keep you up to date on that. You see the score on the screen, top of the 4th inning. Someone hit a solo shot, but I was busy getting ready for the game, so I'll have to get that information here in a second. But the kid Reagan's, by the way, for Kansas City's pitching today, and I'm really interested to see him because I've been kind of keeping an eye on it because he's one of the better young pitchers that has came up in the last month or so. You're going to start seeing a lot of major league players that are going to be coming up here in the very, very near future. You got rosters expanding on September 1st. More on that in a second, but the MLB landscape is always very fun, even for teams that are not going to be making the playoffs. It's still really fun this time of year because the teams that are out of it start getting their prospects called up. The Angels are calling up a prospect. I saw that. I believe he starts tonight. So really interesting moves that'll be out there, and most of them will wait till September 1st, but you never know. You could get some teams that want to see these guys a little earlier. But back to the Dodgers. They've won 11 in a row. They have basically cruised past and put the Giants and the Diamondbacks in the rear view. Giants and Diamondbacks are very good teams. Diamondbacks have played much worse in the second half of the season. But look, Giants are sitting there at 10.5 back of the Dodgers. That sounds horrible. They're right there in the wild card hunt. When you consider the fact, so the Giants have hit kind of a rough skid. They've lost 7 of their last 10, but all in all, a very good team at 64-57 coming in. When the team in front of you wins 11 in a row and you kind of stub your toe, that's where you lose divisions. So the Giants are coming in really laser focused. Probably, if you ask most fans and honest, you're not going to get this from the teams. But if you ask most teams where they're, or if you ask most of the people in the organization where their mindset is, it's to just get in the playoffs. And when you look at the fan base, they're probably looking at scoreboard watching now is probably more of the wild card. The Giants are coming into today. Where are they at here in the wild card? Let me pull that up real quick. They are second wild card position. So they're 2 games behind Philly for the top wild card. And that is a big deal. If you wonder, well, if you're in, who cares? No, it's a big deal because that first round, if you're the Giants right now, if it ended today, the Giants would be playing the Phillies on the road. They would be in Philadelphia. Right now, if it ended today, the Cubs have the 3rd slot, but it is a bottleneck. They are, in theory, tied with the Reds and the Marlins, but I'm taking the Cubs just a tad above them because they are 1 loss in front in the loss column. So in theory, they're tied in the standings. That's what you see if you just take a glance at it. But the Cubs technically have a winning percentage just 1 point better than Miami and Cincinnati. Now, obviously, all this evens out in the end. Arizona's right there. So I'm putting the Padres in the rearview mirror right now for the NL wild card. They're going to have to get hot. They're going to have to play much better. They've lost 7 of their last 10. But you look at who's in the NL wild card, who's fighting for it right now. It is essentially a 6-team race. Believe it or not, if the Mets got scalding hot, they could jump back in it. They're 7 out. But it's not, we've talked about this before, you're not just trying to make up 7 games. You're trying to make up 7 games on 6 other teams. And that's the problem they get. Actually, 7 other teams if you're the Mets. So the Diamondbacks are a game behind the 3rd slot. After that, you have Cubs, you have Marlins, and Reds. They're all tied for the last slot. If the playoffs started today, San Francisco would be in Philadelphia, which is why the Giants are going to come in scraping and scrapping and trying to win. They're not resting on their laurels, not to mention the fact they don't want to fall out of the wild card race. If they go into Atlanta and have a bad weekend, let's say they get swept, they're going to be looking at possibly on the outside looking in for the wild card. So they're going to be fighting every step of the way. They're not going to come in here and be half asleep. You've only got, what are we sitting here now? About 40 games left in the season. So this is the stretch run. And the game tonight, it's going to be Strider versus Cobb. We went over this a little bit in the pregame or the series on Thursday on the Braves Country Brunch Show. But essentially with Strider and Cobb, the Braves are minus, I think, 230 on the money line is where it's sitting right now. They're expected to win, but Cobb is a very good pitcher. He's a ground ball pitcher. He's the type of pitcher that if he's on, he could really give the Braves problems because the Braves like to lift the ball in the air. Cobb's going to try to keep it on the ground. If you can keep it on the ground, you're talking about a low-scoring affair. Strider should have the upper hand against the San Francisco Giants offense. San Francisco Giants offense is rated in the bottom third of the league. But their pitching has been really good. Their bullpen is very good. Their starting pitching has been solid. They try to beat you with matchups. They play small ball. Not that they don't have anybody that can hit home runs. And I expect standing ovation for Jock Peterson here for this weekend. But San Francisco is going to try to put several hits together. If they can put several hits together, we're talking about 3, 4, 5 hits. That's how they score runs. We know the Braves, they're just going to try to get on, and someone's going to try to launch it, shoot it into the gap. So it's really a contrast of styles offensively. But we've got Strider on the mound tonight, Yanni on the mound tomorrow, as of right now, and Max Fried on the bump Sunday. So when you look at that and you look at what you can expect, this is a big game tonight because you got to get off and running. You got to go out there and say, all right, let's get the lead in the series, because tomorrow night the San Francisco Giants have the advantage. Unless they change something, it's Yanni with his 5.22 ERA versus Logan Webb with the 3.26 ERA. Stuff-wise, Logan Webb is their ace. So their ace is going up against our weakest link. That is their best chance to win a game in this series. So if you expect things to unfold the way they should, Logan Webb and company should probably put up a W tomorrow night. I'm not saying it's a given. The Braves will probably be favored because it's in Atlanta, and you can never count out this offense. And the bullpen's been really good. Sunday, it's Max Fried against undecided. They'll probably announce it last minute. Could be a bullpen game. It's looking at the tea leaves and reading what they've done it looks like it'll probably be a bullpen game. Or some version of that. Rush a guy out there that they only expect to get through the lineup once or twice. Max Fried, we should be decided favorites Sunday afternoon. So that means tonight could be the rubber game of the series, and you're playing it at the very beginning. So I really hope that if they have a chance to win this game, Snicker is a little more aggressive to unload the bullpen and not sit back and go, well, it's the first game of the series. No, you got to look at who's pitching the rest of the series. And we all know Yanni is just glorified batting practice out there. He's going out there. He's getting slapped around the second time through the lineup. Sometimes he'll get smacked around the first time through the lineup. You hope to get through the lineup once. And then the second time through the lineup, it really seems like it starts to fall apart. This is a lighter hitting squad than Yanni's gone up against last couple of times. But even still, you can't expect him to go out there and give you a quality start. So tonight is big. Strider's got to be Strider. He's got to go out there and pitch well. I want to see more consistency out of Strider. I don't want to see him pitch well against the Mets and everyone go, ooh, look what he did. But then he got bounced in the second 2 1/3, 2/3 that he went so early third inning by the Pirates. There's too much up and down with Strider, so he needs to start putting him together. Because we start getting towards October, we need to have confidence in it. He needs to have confidence in what he's doing out there. So I do believe the Braves will win this series. I don't think it'll be a sweep. I would be willing to say if you're asking, well, how's it go? Braves will win tonight. Alex Cobb will get Cheerios on Saturday, and Sunday will be, quote-unquote, the rubber match with Max Fried on the mound. But I really look at tonight being the rubber match because if Max Fried's going up against a bullpen game, advantage Braves in a big way. If Yanni Chirinos is going up against the ace of the Giants, advantage San Francisco in a pretty big way. Not quite as big because the Braves offense evens some things out. So tonight, this is the true toss-up game. We should still be on the better side of it. But you can't have – he can't go out there and spit the bit and rush out I don't want to see Spencer Strider roll out there and go 4 or 5 innings struggling with his pitch count. He's given up 4 runs, and we're in a freaking battle because Cobb's gone out there and put a bunch of goose eggs on the board, and we're trailing 4-2 heading into the 6th inning. I want to see some, hey, I'm Strider. I know they say I'm the number 2 guy, but I really ought to be the ace, and I'll be your ace going forward. Let's go. Get on my back. I'm going to drag y'all there. That's what we're looking for. The Braves will if you're looking at the schedule going forward after this Giant series, the Braves are going to welcome in the Mets for 3 games. Those are all night games. 7:20 first pitch. Every single one of them, because A, it's August, B, when they made these decisions on when the games are going to be played, everyone expected the Mets to be a little better, and they expected the Mets to have more eyeballs on their television sets and in the seats. Remember, when the Braves host teams like the Mets, the Yankees, the Red Sox, etc., the place is packed with fans from other teams too, because they never get a chance to see their teams. It's not like it used to be where you'd go to a Cubs-Braves game, a Mets-Braves game, and the majority of the stadium is wearing the opponent's colors. Nowadays, because we're playing so well and it's the new stadium, and there's a great vibe going on, it's still majority Braves country, but you will have Mets fans out there. And you're going to get the diehard Met fan that never gets the chance to see him play, that lives in the Atlanta area. Because you know what? I'm going anyways. I know we stink, but I want to go see my team play. But those are all 3 night games. And then the Braves will try this weird thing again 2 weeks in a row. They're going to take a day off. They'll have a day off on Thursday. And then the grind begins again. And the grind, you talk about a grind, it is a grind. You're in late August, and your bullpen and your starting pitching starts to wear down, starts to get tired, although I think they've done a great job managing it. But they're in there dragging their butts across the finish line. And here comes, with no days off, mind you, a 10-day road trip to California. Well, majority California. We're going to be at the same Giants Friday at 10:15. It's a week from tonight. We will carry the games. I know they're late broadcasts, but I've worked it out. We will carry the games. The Saturday game is interesting. They have moved it to a 4:05 first pitch. That was up in the air. They talked about it making 7 o'clock Eastern, 7:20 Eastern. They even talked about a 9 o'clock first pitch next Saturday. Instead, they're going 4:05 first pitch, because it's going to be a nationally televised FS1 game. We will bring you the play-by-play. And then the Sunday game, Braves-Giants, has been moved to Sunday night, a week from Sunday. So we'll bring you that game as well. And so that's changed a little bit. That got flexed. I don't remember what the original game is. I'm going to try to guess what this was. They had Braves-Giants now. They had to have. Man, I'll tell you one that I think they should have thought about, just because newness. And I know they're going to put the Braves-Giants on because they're looking at the big fan base in San Francisco. And, of course, Braves country's everywhere. But there's a couple other series next week, and they could have really thought about to bring new eyeballs to the table. And also for your diehard baseball fan, just want something a little different. Reds and Diamondbacks, that's a big one for Major League Baseball standings. And then the other one I was looking at, Padres Brewers. The Padres have got to get it together. We keep saying this about the Padres, and it's just like the men's like, when are they ever going to get it? Sometimes teams just never get it together. Reds, Diamondbacks, Rangers, Twins. I thought that would have been a pretty neat one to put on there. I'm trying to figure out what they may have had on there, because I know this did get flexed. This was not the original. I bet you it was Cardinals, Phillies. I guarantee it was Cardinals, Phillies. It may have been Dodgers Red Sox, but for whatever reason they flexed that. That's a little surprising because the Red Sox are still in the hunt for the wild card. They've stubbed their toe a couple of times recently, but they're still right there. It was either that or Angels Mets. Angels Mets probably had some hype, and now both teams are combined. What are they? 12 games under 500 combined right now. But that's what we're looking forward to there. After that, the Braves go out or come east a little bit, not much. That Monday they'll be playing the Rockies. Those are 8:40 first pitch. We're bringing all those to you. The Rockies Monday and Tuesday are both 8:40 first pitch. And then the Wednesday game, August 30th, that game, see if they've moved that around. I know it was originally a night game. Are they keeping it? Yep. Okay. So they're keeping it night game. I thought they might move it. 8:40. So all three of those, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, those are all 8:40 games. Of course, this is the crunch. We're going to bring as many games as we can to you. Thursday is that's the big series. We go into Dodger Stadium, a 4-game series, and the way it's looking, and they've been playing just red hot baseball. We've got 3 games. Those games are starting at 10:10 Eastern out there. We're going to bring the Thursday night game, the Friday night game, and we're going to bring you the Sunday afternoon game. The Saturday night game, it's a late game, and we've got everything going on with the first weekend of college football, and we're doing our it's essentially it's a big shandango that we do every year here at my studio for fantasy football draft day. So Saturday we'll have the chat up. That's a week from Saturday. We'll remind you more of that down the road. But the Dodger series, I'm going to bring you that Sunday afternoon. It's going to be a tough slate because I'm going to have to run off Dodgers Braves from the 4:10 first pitch on Sunday. And then I've got to jump on a couple of local radio stations that have hit me up to talk Florida State LSU. Hopefully I get on there in time before the game starts. It's going to be close because the Dodgers Braves is 4:10. Florida State LSU in Orlando is Sunday night, 7:30. That's going to be close. But I told both those stations, I said, as long as that game gets over with and I can get you, I'm going to give them both a good 5 to 10 minutes. We'll see how that plays out. That could be a duel. That could end up having both stations on the line at the same time. But anyways, that's what we got going on here going into Labor Day weekend. And the Dodgers, you really got to start scoreboard watching the Dodgers. If you want the World Series to run through Atlanta and you want the National League pennant to run through Atlanta, you got to start looking at the Dodgers schedule. And they're hosting Miami. And then thankfully they go out on the road to Cleveland and Boston before coming home against a tough series with the Arizona, and then they'll face us. So they don't have an easy slate, which is good as far as them not being able to rest their arms and whatnot. All right, let's take a real quick break. Bobby's in the bullpen. When we come back, Clemson, Ole Miss, college football, the NFL. We're going to get into all of it, and we'll dip our toes back into the world of Major League Baseball, as well as Bobby's got something for us in the UFC world. Looking forward for that. So we will be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here. 99.1 FM WQEE and Braves Country HD. You can get that anywhere, youtube.com. Braves Country, weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. Eastern, 99.1 FM The Key, your first choice for Southern sports talk.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves fans, thank you for listening to Braves Country Baseball. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we are here to bring you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves, bringing you spring training and 2 to 3 games a week all season long. Please like and subscribe today. Braves Country Baseball.
Hi, it's Jamie, Progressive's Employee of the Month, 2 months in a row. Leave a message at the... Hi, Jamie. It's me, Jamie. I just had a new idea for our song about the Name Your Price tool. So when it's like, tell us what you want to pay, hey, 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 and the trombone goes, blah, 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 and you say, we'll help you find coverage options to fit your budget. Then we just all do finger snaps while a choir goes, savings coming at ya, savings coming at ya. Yes? No? Maybe? Anyway, see your practice tonight. I got new lyrics for the rap break.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Price and coverage match limited by state law.
You're listening to Braves Country. Weekdays, 3 to 5 p.m. on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry.
At the tone, leave your name and message. I'll get back to you.
This is Shirley from the bank. The answers are no, no, and yes. No, we won't loan you money. No, we won't accept any co-signers. And yes, your account's overdrawn. I get off at 4:30.
Well, if you stand and block the screen, you may just lose your life. And that goes for all 30 friends and 30 friends' wives. Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks.
Welcome back in, Braves Country. Some of y'all have been wondering why all this time Braves Country is constantly talking about the armchair quarterbacks and you're about to find out. 2 weeks from Saturday will be the first armchair quarterback show, and we will be going live starting about 9:30 in the morning. But we're putting it on. We're telling people 10 a.m. because Doug and I come on, do a little old man radio. We talk, complain about everything, and then do a little, baseball talk and whatnot. Then we go diving into the world of football, and we've been doing armchair quarterback for this will be the 10th season. But we changed the Braves Country, the name, because of the baseball broadcast that turned into the daily talk show in Atlanta. So I know it's a little confusing, but armchair quarterback radio. That's why you hear I got a couple of questions that this week I got inbox. So what is armchair quarterbacks? That's what it is. It's what we were for years and years and years. Braves Country. I've been doing those games. This is the second full year. I started it in 2021. Welcoming onto the show is Mr. Bobby. Bobby, how are you?
I'm doing good. I'm excited to talk some sports today, especially some UFC like you gave me the opportunity to. So I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, we're going to get into that NFC. UFC. See if I got
Mine's on football already.
We're going to get into that UFC in a bit. Yeah. Give the listeners a snippet of the two guys that we're going to talk about, and then we'll jump back into football.
Aljamain Sterling, the champ defending his belt here. He's one of the best 135-pounders of all time. Great grappler, known for getting some submissions. He's been dominant lately. He's put on some great performances against some legends in that division. And then Sean O'Malley, he's a very exciting striker. Fun to watch, fan favorite. He's risen really quickly. His only loss came in a little bit of a fluky way. So he's very exciting, has a lot of great wins under his belt. It should be a good fight.
So Knight Rider over here tells me in the chat, I just saw it a second ago, Rangers win healthy are the best team in baseball. Here's the problem. You ain't going to be healthy because your best player, Jacob deGrom, he gone until 2025. So what are we talking about here? Yeah. Okay. All right. I had to get that out. Come on now. Come on. And you're not the best team in baseball. In fact, you must not have been listening the other day when the Yankees pitcher, Clark Schmidt, said and he named the Rangers, he named the Orioles, he named Houston, and there was a fourth team, can't remember who it was, all very prolific offenses. And he said, I faced them all. That is the best offense I have seen. And I don't think it's as close as people think it is. I played that clip the other day. So there you have that. The guy who's actually facing them in the field and not someone who's just wearing a Walker Texas Ranger hat out there. No. I'm going to go with the guys actually facing them in the field. Braves have the best offense in baseball. They got one of the top bullpens in baseball. And their starting lineup starting to come around. When we get Kyle Wright back, hopefully we do. Even if we don't, we won the World Series with essentially Ian Anderson, Max Fried, Charlie Morton's broken leg, and a bunch of freaking tape put together. So we'll be just fine in Braves country. All right. So I'm looking forward to that because the biggest thing, the reason why I caught my eye, and the reason why I wanted Bobby to talk about it, we'll wait till next hour, is they were talking some serious smack. And I guess it felt very Don King old school boxing to me, where there's actually some drama, and I can't keep the two guys apart. So I don't know. I know one dude's got tats all over his face, and the other one doesn't. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah. O'Malley, he has a very vibrant personality. That's why he has a lot of people drawn.
Is O'Malley tattoo boy?
Yeah, the guy with the crazy hair, tattoos all over.
O'Malley was the one talking smack.
Yeah.
Basically just trashing him. What he like crashed the ring, all that kind of stuff. We'll get into that in a minute because I don't want to get sidetracked because we got to get to the football. But I do want to talk about that. He crashed the ring. It felt a little old school boxing and a little WWE.
Yeah. I will tell you. There's been a lot of times in the past year or so where they've brought fighters who are looking to challenge for the belt or even defend the belt into the ring to, talk some smack to whoever just want to fight.
And one thing you were going to notice, hopefully, fingers crossed, I've got a new addition to the show that you can't see, but I'm very excited about it. And I have to give props to my wife who found it, and she brought it in, and basically it's an early Christmas birthday present. But she got tired of me complaining about my damn office chair that would just shake down throughout a show and through a broadcast. And I was constantly, I'm telling you, between the 2-hour show and the 3-hour baseball broadcast, I guarantee you 15 times a day, I was having to get out of the chair during the break, put it back up. It was ridiculous. So I got a new chair, and hopefully, I know as soon as I say this, you're just going to see me just drop. Hopefully this one hopefully we didn't get this one off a Wish. All right. First things first, let's get the draft knocked out because that's the one I'm most likely to get sidetracked on. I did get Joey's pick, so I want to update folks. We were supposed to do it yesterday, got sidetracked. That was my fault. So Joey's taking Nebraska and Kentucky. He's got the Nebraska Cornhuskers, the Kentucky Wildcats. You should already have these in the email I sent you, Bobby. These aren't new to you.
Yeah, I have. I copied it and pasted it into the notes I have off to the side.
Yes. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that I'm not dropping this on you. You already know this. Yeah. And then who did I have? I've got Auburn, Colorado, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, Virginia. Those are my most recent ones. So I went with Auburn mainly because I have Alabama in the conference. So you got to have. And plus, I think they could be turning things around. But Colorado, I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. That's a homer pick. I think Deion's doing some things out there in Colorado, and I kind of want to be a part of it. So Colorado comes to the Dixie Conference, where he belongs. All right. Because Bobby's only on here once a week, now he'll start being here with us on the kickoff show. But because he's only here once a week, Bobby is getting 6 picks today. Tones is heading to Green Bay with his I mean, I guess they're still just boyfriend, girlfriend. I keep waiting for him to tell me fiance, but come on, Tones. Where you at? Where you at?
Pop the question, Tones.
Yeah. But Tones will be doing either 3 or 4 picks consecutively come to get him caught up to speed. So who were your 6 picks? Bobby's team right now. Now he's it's the new Southeastern Conference because it's not the one you think of.
Yeah.
But his core 4 are the Gators, LSU, Clemson, Oregon. Those teams will never change. But we are going to do a version of relegation. We'll explain that after we get done with the draft. He's got Oklahoma. He's got North Carolina, South Carolina. Am I missing one?
No, doesn't look like it.
So we would need to get you to. Yeah, I'm right. Okay, so that's 7 teams. But you started with the 1. So yes, we're giving you 6 picks. What you got?
Awesome. Am I rattling off all 6 right now, just in a row?
Well, just let me know what. Give me a team and tell me why you're picking them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I won't try and go in some particular order.
Like I'm not trying to.
Yeah. Since I'm getting all these teams that I have listed, I'm not going to go in some particular order. Give me Kansas State though. They're starting the year ranked 16. They only play 2 ranked teams this year, so high probability to end the season with double-digit wins. They looked good last year. I see that continuing on into next year and beyond, maybe. I'm going with Texas Tech as well, another Big 12 team. Exciting team, a team that's hung around the top 25 on several occasions.
I like that because you're pairing it because we talked about this off air, but
yeah,
I like the idea of trying to stay as close to regions of other teams. So you've got Texas and Texas Tech, and of course Kansas State's right there with Oklahoma, right?
Yeah. I did. I don't have Texas. I have Oklahoma.
I'm sorry.
But I'm close. But I do have. I'm getting a lot of Big 12 teams though. I'm taking a lot of those over.
There's some
only
good
team that only team that I went way out for was Oregon, but they were too good to just leave on the board.
Yeah,
make that pick.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I'm sticking with the Southern theme with this one. Texas Tech, they've hung around the top 25 a number of years. They may not be the top team in college football ever, but I think they'll be a good team to as I round out my conference as I get towards the end.
The Texas Tech Texas game is on ESPNU or they're doing the top 25 games from 2022.
Yeah.
So Florida State Clemson was just on earlier as I was getting home, and then I saw that game pop on too. But I don't have much interest in it, so I changed the channel. But it is cool that they're doing it.
Yeah, I like that. Now here's where I'm going to branch out a little bit from the southern region. I'm going to go all the way out to California for UCLA. I know they lost Dorian Thompson-Robinson here, which it's a tough loss, and he's looked great for the Browns, by the way. He's looked incredible. Yeah, and I've heard a lot of great things about Cedric Tillman too.
All this money on Deshaun Watson for, right?
Yeah. And have you heard about Cedric Tillman? He's been playing great too. He's looked amazing in training camp. They could have a nice little duo going on in Cleveland. So yeah,
they're never going to get a buyer. But if they could get a buyer, I would honestly think about trading Watson, but they're never going to get a buyer. They overpaid him.
Yeah, that contract was awful.
I like the UCLA pick. I was really close, but I couldn't figure out how I could make it make sense to go, hey, the Dixie Conference is bringing I got all these teams this one, and then we're going to go out here and grab UCLA.
Yeah.
I just left it for you. I figured you might want it with Oregon sitting right there.
Yeah. And that could be a little rivalry within my conference. It's, not a whole lot of great teams to pick from left, so you got to kind of take what you can get here. So yeah, I'm going to go with UCLA. Although they did lose Dorian Thompson-Robinson, they still look good.
But okay, think of the big picture about this as well.
Mm-hmm.
When we're doing this, and I'll lay out all the rules, but it's pretty basic. It's going to come down to wins and losses. Conference championships is going to be worth X amount, bowl appearances, and of course playoffs. You're kind of hedging your bets a little bit because you've got UCLA and Oregon. They're both going in the Big Ten.
Yeah.
So if one of them gets to a conference final next year or whatnot, or even this year, to me, it helps to have more teams that are good. Because if you go all in on one conference, that's great for when you have Alabama or Georgia make it to win the SEC championship. What about all the other teams that are going to be sitting there sucking BBs at the bottom?
Yeah.
So, anyways, go ahead. We got Kansas State.
Yep.
Texas Tech, UCLA. You got 3 more.
3 more. With my 4th pick, I'm going to take Maryland here, led by Tulia, if I'm pronouncing that right, Tagovailoa. They've looked good at times in the last couple of years. They've strung together some good wins. I believe they're ranked at one point a couple of years ago. They ranked.
Or as he's known, to his brother.
Yeah, to his brother. I was thinking about writing that down, but I was like, let me at least put his name. I was like, let me do that for him. Yeah, I'm picking Maryland here. I'm not sure how high their ceiling is this year. I could see them possibly being a ranked team, though. Tagovailoa, the brother, of course. He's in his 3rd year now, so expecting big things out of him.
honestly, I've caught some of their games because they tend to play earlier.
Yeah.
I think he looks pretty good on most Saturdays.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a solid quarterback. I think it's the team around him that's a little bit of the problem. I don't know. He had some eyes on him if he were to enter the transfer portal. There was some rumors that, there could be some big name teams that would give him a shot as their quarterback one, but he stayed with Maryland. So they got a strong quarterback there, and who knows how far they can go. My second to last pick, I'm not going with the SEC team here, but I'm going to try and make a rivalry within the conference with Florida. Give me Miami. I don't think they're any good.
Oh, you took the dirty Canes.
I know. I don't think they're any good.
I can't do it, man. It's not in my blood.
I got to have a team I can root against. I've got to set up a rivalry for Florida.
I was wondering who was going to take them. I thought it might be you today. I can't do it, man. It's just it's against everything I believe in.
I don't want to see that you in my conference, believe me, but I want to set up a rivalry for my primary team, the number one team in my conference, the team that I was, given. I'm not Florida certainly would have been my first pick.
If the Miami Hurricanes were playing football against the devil himself, I'd probably be sitting on the other sideline with a pitchfork and horns on it. I'm on there, come on here. I can't pull for the Hurricanes.
I know. It's tough, but yeah, I want to get another Florida team in there for the theme for the Southeastern Conference. So I went with Miami there, as much as it pains me to do that. And let me round it out with the SEC team. I'll stick within a team that's currently in this conference. Give me Mississippi State.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that
I thought about them because of the Ole Miss rivalry.
Yeah.
But it really came down to, for me, because I didn't want to grab every SEC team. I didn't think that was fair. It came down to me. Do I want Auburn and Alabama, or do I want Mississippi State? So that's kind of
take Auburn.
I'll tell you what, I think Mississippi State's going to have a pretty good team this year. I think they're a little undervalued. Now, I'm not saying they're run to the national championship. I'm not losing my mind over it. But what I'm saying is, when you look at their team and you look at how they're built, and I do believe them losing Leach has put them well under the radar, right?
Yeah.
And they're a team that things break their way, they could find themselves threatening but not getting into the SEC championship game, right?
Yeah.
And look, if you bounce back and you have a good season, you get to a better bowl game than what they've been in. If let's say a New Year's Day bowl game, that would be phenomenal. Mississippi State is very Louisville this year. You don't necessarily believe in their program long term, but the schedule's set up to where they might have some things break their way.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I like it. You had a Kansas State, Texas Tech, UCLA, Maryland, and Mississippi State.
Correct.
You? As someone,
the team that shall not be named.
As someone pointed out very well the other day, I don't remember. It was some video. The guy was ranking the worst fan bases in college football, and Miami's was up there. Said, well, have you ever met a Miami Hurricane fan? That was his argument. All the others he had something based on. He said, second of all, their logo looks like a toilet seat. Because enough. I was like, yes.
They need to switch to that bird permanently. I like that one a lot better than the big U.
The Miami toilets. That's very fitting. All right, so we'll put a cap on that, and we'll hit that back up on Monday with Tones, and he'll have several picks. I think it's 4, but I could have it could be 3. I just know I'm going to give it to him back to back because he went to Green Bay to watch the Tampa Bay Green Bay game. And I guess that's tomorrow. For some reason in my head, I thought it was today, but I guess they're getting in there and going to get settled in and whatnot. I believe that game is tomorrow. So his girl is a Green Bay fan, and we all know Tones is ate up with the Buccaneers. So
I was about to ask, what reason is there to go drive that far for a preseason game? But I guess that makes sense.
Well, they're not playing each other. I was thinking the Bucs were playing Green Bay. Okay, I misunderstood the text then. Oh. They are hosting the Patriots.
Oh,
I don't know that because I'm the one that did the sports flash. I was rattling off with all the games. But sometimes when I do this, like it goes in one ear and out the other.
Yeah, I was reading it.
Okay, so he's going there to watch the Patriots. All right.
Okay.
I was wondering, even though it's preseason, I could see Tones getting like painted up and causing a scene in the middle of Packer country. That's I'm a little surprised. Jets Bucks 7:30 Saturday night is not on NFL Network or something.
Yeah.
Just because of the Aaron Rodgers factor.
Yeah. Will Rodgers play much at all?
Does he play in week 2? Are they going to do a dress rehearsal?
They might get him out there for a couple series. I don't think it's like a full quarter or anything like that, but maybe a couple drives.
So back to well, let me ask you this before we move on to Clemson real quick. Actually, let's do Ole Miss first, and then we'll do Clemson on the other side. Not counting the Cardinals, because I know the Cardinals, they're playing a late. No, it's not that late. They're playing the Chiefs at 8:00 on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Give me, first of all, give me your sense if starters are playing this week for team general, and then B, give me a game that you have interest in the world of pretend football games.
Okay. You're saying, are quarterbacks going to be playing in general, or are starters going to be playing in general?
I'm just curious because I haven't gotten because every time I hear someone speak of it on the national media, they're waffling. It sounds like some teams are and some teams aren't.
Well, I think that's kind of the case. Some teams, I think most teams will be playing their starters this week, but teams like the Chiefs, I know a couple years ago the Cardinals and Chiefs played in the preseason as well, and they kept Mahomes in there for a while. And it was like I think the second preseason game of the season. So I guess it's just depending on the team how long they want to leave their starters out for. But it's risky. I mean, you saw with the Eagles last night, they had a ton of guys go down. They had a couple guys probably have season-ending injuries. I know McPherson did. So it's risky, but you don't want to have those guys go into week 1, still shaking the rust off. But I think they'll get in a couple drives probably. That'll probably be the common theme amongst most teams, but I'm sure there'll be some outliers.
If we get starters, this is a big if.
Yeah.
I think we will in most cases because most teams are treating week 2 of the NFL preseason the way they used to treat week 3. It's a little goofy because the final game is actually being played a week earlier than it used to be. So it really comes down to your strategy, meaning week 3 of the season, of the preseason season, is where week 3 always was. There was always a week 4 that they played early in the week, and then they gave them almost 2 weeks off, right?
Yeah.
But now I could see a team saying, no, we're going to play our starters next week because we want to get them acclimated because we're going to have another long break again, right?
Yeah.
But let's argument's sake and say that the starters are coming and they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
I do believe it sounds like that the Falcons are going to have. I'm very interested to see what the Falcons do. And I actually saw something. I'm going to get that game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bonus game on NFL Network tonight. So they're showing 2 games. I don't know if this is everywhere. I just know I popped on. I was like, wait, what? So yeah, I'm going to get that game live. So when I'm doing the Braves game, I'll be able to keep an eye on it. I'll still sit down and watch it for realsies tomorrow morning with my coffee and whatnot to actually pay attention to what's going on. But I'm interested in that. But if you want to put the Falcons game aside, the one that I would be most intrigued with for a number of reasons is actually Titans Vikings. Because did you watch the first preseason game with the Titans?
I didn't know. I didn't catch it.
Malik Willis looked like Malik Willis. Okay. He just looked terrible. He looked awful, just skipping the ball all over the place. His statistics you're going to see in the box score look about like Will Levis. The difference is that was Will Levis's very first professional football game.
Mm-hmm.
He was going up against the starter, the first string as well.
Mm.
And I'm interested to see what Levis looks like in week 2. It sounds like they're going to split snaps again.
Mm-hmm.
And they should have the ability to move the ball because that Vikings defense was terrible.
Yeah.
But anyways.
I give you a game that I kind of am looking at the same way because of the quarterback situation. Broncos 49ers. I want to see more of the Broncos. I want to see how they look under Sean Payton again. I know it's preseason, so it's hard to really gauge how good they are, but they're a team with a pretty high ceiling and a low floor. A lot of question marks with that team, specifically around Russell Wilson. So I want to see some more of the Broncos this week. And with the 49ers.
So bad last week.
What?
He looked so bad last week. I don't know if you saw the video of it.
Yeah.
I didn't watch it live. I just caught it. I was like, my God, this looks like this. It looks like rinse and repeat with him.
Well, and that's worrying because if he can't do it with Sean Payton, who's he going to do it with? I mean, he's done. If he sucks this year, I don't think there's any reason to have hope. And then with the 49ers, I want to keep up with them because of their quarterback situation. I want to see
Right.
I want to see what Trey Lance looks like. I want to see what Purdy won't play obviously, but Sam Darnold. I want to see who gets that QB2 spot. So there's some drama there, and I know 49ers fans love to defend Trey Lance even though he's terrible. So I want to keep seeing him play bad.
I just, by looking at it, and obviously I'm not an NFL coach, I'm an NFL scout. I'm just as a fan.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Wilson hasn't had it in 3 years.
Yeah.
And they were suckers to take that trade. Seattle just absolutely, they were so thirsty for a quarterback that's how they got tricked into that trade.
Yeah.
All right, let's move over to staying in the world of football, but going over to the Southeastern Conference.
Not over yet!
And it is time for 2023 Ole Miss Rebels. Bobby, what you got?
All right, so Lane Kiffin era at Ole Miss, it's been very exciting. They haven't been able to get over that hump yet, get into college football playoff contention, but they put some solid teams out there. They did well in the transfer portal this offseason. They added some talent there. They have talent. The biggest hurdle for me with them is their schedule. They play within 3 weeks of each other. They play Tulane, Alabama, and LSU. That's worrying. That's a tough stretch. Tulane's ranked right now. So they have a tough schedule. They also play A&M and Georgia later on in the season. They have a solid quarterback room, though. They got Jackson Dart, of course, returning. He'll be the starter, and they have Spencer Sanders as well. So there's some talent they have, but my main concern with this team is the schedule they go up against. It is pretty daunting, especially in the SEC West. This team could put some good performances out there, look good, but I don't see them ending the season with double-digit wins.
That'll be a problem.
Yeah.
Because you'll start getting that seat pretty hot from the boosters and whatnot. I think they've got pretty high expectations. Here's the crazy thing. They could very well be an underdog the second week of the season playing Tulane. Tulane's ranked number 24 in the country. That to me,
it's a road game. It's a road game.
Yeah, it's a road game. So I was listening today. They said that Jackson Dart's getting all the first team reps.
Yeah.
But don't be surprised if you see one of those freshmen emerge and you got is it Bailey, Howard, and Waterman. And it sounds like that Jackson Dart, who's a junior, I really wanted him to be good because I think that's a great name for a quarterback. Jackson Dart. I mean,
Darts.
Yeah, doesn't he? I mean, that's like the football equivalent of Chipper Jones. It just sounds like a football name.
He can't fail. He shouldn't fail with a name like that.
Throwing darts all over the field. But if he doesn't produce, and it's like you laid out, so let's go ahead and throw it out there. Looking at the schedule for this year, you're looking at, okay, they start off with Mercer.
Open up with a win.
Obviously, that should be a win.
Yeah.
And by the way, when you're talking about Ole Miss 2023, what does Vegas think? They've got the over-under at 7.5. But you think, but you think that they could possibly not have a winning record?
No. I said I could see them. I don't think they'll get anywhere near double-digit wins.
Double-digit. I'm sorry.
I'm expecting probably my final prediction is 8 wins. Also, correction, I said within 3 weeks. I meant 4 weeks. The Tulane, Alabama, LSU game, but still a really tough stretch.
All right. So looking at the team itself, they're Mercer at Tulane, home against Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
Where are they at after those 3 games?
I'll give them 3-0. I'll give them the win over Tulane, edging that one out. I think they handled Georgia Tech pretty easily, and I think they blow the doors off Mercer, as everyone expects to see.
It really would not shock me if they lost either Tulane or Georgia Tech.
I can see it. And Georgia Tech's a tough team to play
just
against.
Because Georgia Tech looked much better towards the end of the season last year than they did at the beginning.
Yeah.
They're going to give the new coach a chance. It is a night game. It's in Ole Miss. That hurts the Ramblin' Wreck's chances.
Yeah.
But could there be a look ahead? Because the next week they're playing at Alabama.
Mm-hmm. That's possible. They'll probably be coming off a close win against Tulane, so they might have a little bit of a high coming off that win, and they'll be looking ahead on top of that. That's potential for them to get caught.
I do need to play give me 1 second. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia. Okay. Wanted to make sure I hit the ID at the top of the hour. That's my bad. 4:02 past the 2 past the hour. But you got Alabama at Alabama at home against LSU, home against Arkansas, and then they finally get a week off at Auburn. But that's where their season is going to be won and lost. But what I'm saying is that you go to Tulane, you play probably a pretty high scoring game.
Mm-hmm.
Win, lose, or draw, you're going to be a little wore out. Let's say you get the W, and then you're looking ahead to Alabama, who's probably undefeated at that point.
Yeah.
They better be careful. Georgia Tech going there and sneak, because that's when you want to play Mercer, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's when you want to play ULM.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, then they go to Auburn, home against Vandy, home against A&M, at Georgia, home against Louisiana Monroe, and then at Mississippi State, which is they're playing the Egg Bowl on Thanksgiving night again. So love to see that.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too shocking to say this, but I have them losing to Alabama, LSU, and Georgia pretty confidently, and I think they drop a game somewhere in between that. Like you mentioned, the Georgia Tech game, I could see them dropping. I could see them possibly getting caught by Tulane early in the season. They're playing Texas A&M, also who's a ranked team right now. Obviously, Texas A&M is disappointed in the past, but and then they end the season off against Mississippi State, of course, in the Egg Bowl. There's plenty of potential for them to end under that 7.5 win total.
All right? Another word salad. What is their record?
8-4. 8-4.
Okay, 8-4.
Yeah.
I'm going to agree with you. I want to say 9-3. I want to say there's a loss in there that we don't see.
Yeah.
The Georgia, and you know what? They probably pull off an upset. Either in Tuscaloosa or at home against LSU.
Mm.
But that doesn't mean that they're going to go in and run the table the rest of the way. That Mississippi State's going to be a very difficult game end of the season at Mississippi State. Rivalry, you can't overlook that.
Yeah.
Texas A&M, I think, is being very underrated this year.
Mm-hmm.
At Auburn is never an easy place to win. They don't have a time for that. It'll probably be a day game.
Mm-hmm.
And Arkansas, it just seems very difficult for them to go 9-3. So I got 8-4 as well. Just over. I don't know if I feel comfortable taking the over in the 7.5 in Vegas. So, All right, let's take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to do Clemson and we're going to get into some UFC talk. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Armchair.
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterback Sports Radio, #1 sports station.
Good afternoon, and this is your Armchair Quarterbacks Sports Flash. Got a full slate of games on a Friday in Major League Baseball. The Chicago Cubs are hosting the Kansas City Royals this afternoon. We'll take you to the action as the game rolls along here on Braves Country HD. It's Reagans versus Tyon. Sunny day at Wrigley Field. Makeup game from yesterday, Tigers and Guardians. Skubal and Williams gets it going at 4:10 Eastern. Game one of a doubleheader. At 6:40, Blue Jays are at the Reds. Berrios versus Kennedy. The Red Sox and Yankees, 7:05. Brian Bayo on the hill. Those two games are your Apple Plus games. 7:05, Phillies are at the Nationals. Lorenzen versus Adon. Michael Lorenzen, last time he was on the bump facing these Nationals, he threw a no-hitter. Tigers and Guardians finish up their doubleheader 7:10. Manning versus Curry. And at 7:20, the big one, the Atlanta Braves welcome in the San Francisco Giants. Giants are 7 games above 500 on the year, 29-29 on the road. While the Braves come in with Major League Baseball best, 78-42. It's Spencer Strider, 13-4 with a 3.75 on the hill for Atlanta. And Alex Cobb, who's 6-4 with a 3.62. Brewers are at the Rangers, 8:05. Woodruff versus Heaney. Pirates are at the Twins. Minnesota leading the AL Central. Lopez versus Jackson. Mariners and Astros head-to-head, 8:10 Eastern. Bryce Miller, JP France on the mound. Mets are at the Cardinals, 8:15. White Sox at Rockies, 8:40. And the Rays are at the Angels at 9:38. While at 9:40 tonight, the Baltimore Orioles, Kirk Gibson, are at the Oakland Athletics in Medina. Diamondbacks and Padres still fighting to stay alive in the wild card race, 9:40. Brandon Pfaadt versus Seth Lugo. The Los Angeles Dodgers, the hottest team in Major League Baseball, ride an 11-game winning streak at home versus the Miami Marlins. It's Gonsolin versus Alcantara. Dodgers minus 145 on the money line. The over-under is 8.5. National Football League, pretty good slate of preseason tonight. With 2 games, the big one in Atlanta. The Falcons at home against the Bengals. Falcons, 6.5-point spread. They're the favorites, over under 38.5. Most of the starters for the Bengals not expected to play. Panthers are at the Giants at 7 o'clock on NFL Network. Giants -3, over under 38. And on the weekend, games of interest around the National Football League. Jaguars are at the Lions at 1 o'clock on Saturday, NFL Network. Dolphins at the Texans. The Bears and Colts complete a triple header on the network. Bills are at Steelers at 6:30. Bucks and Jets, 7:30 in New York. Titans are at the Vikings at 8 o'clock. And the Broncos are at the 49ers while the Cowboys visit the Seahawks. Baltimore Ravens have reached an agreement with former number 1 pick Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney reached an agreement with the Ravens on Thursday night. He could be in Baltimore as soon as Friday to sign the deal. The Detroit Lions have waived injured wide receiver Denzel Mims a month after he was acquired in a trade with the New York Jets. Mims suffered an ankle injury during a recent training camp practice and then suffered a calf injury during his rehab. He will become an unrestricted free agent. Philadelphia Eagles cornerback Zach McPherson suffered a torn right Achilles tendon during Thursday's preseason game against the Cleveland Browns. He's expected to miss the entire season, as reported by ESPN Tim McManus. McPherson was injured in the second quarter after breaking up a pass over the middle. He was unable to put any weight on his leg. He was assisted off the field after being carted inside. And that's your Armchair Quarterback Sports Flash. Stay tuned for Braves Country right here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Newnan, Georgia, simulcasting on youtube.com at Braves Country.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Hey, this is not a test. This is rock and roll. Time to rock it from the Delta to the DMZ. Hey, it's a little too early for being that loud. Hey, too late. It's 0600. What's the O stand for? Oh, my God, it's early. Hey, you know what I mean. Too much?
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The all-American man.
Welcome back. Hour number 2 here in Braves country. And we're going to go ahead and get it with the Clemson Tigers 2023 as we look forward to their season as they're starting in the top 10. All right, Bobby, lay it on us. The Clemson Tigers. What you know good about the Tigers trying to bounce back from not a rough 2022 per se, but for them and their expectations?
Yeah, for their standards, it's been a couple of down years back-to-back for them. The quarterback situation finally has a little bit more clarity with Cade Klubnik. He's better than the quarterbacks we've seen in the past for Clemson the past couple of years. And he's older too. I know he's played before, but he's older. He's developed more. I think he'll look better this year. They have a lot of talent on defense too. A lot of blue chip talent back there. They got Andrew Makuba, Jeremiah Trotter. They have good guys on defense. Guys will probably go first round in the NFL draft. Unfortunately, like I mentioned with Ole Miss, they also have a very tough schedule. They play teams like Florida State, Notre Dame, North Carolina, South Carolina. It's going to be a tough stretch, and I know their expectations are getting to the playoffs most years, if not every year. That's the expectation, the standard that team has set. But I don't think they get it done. I think they end the season. I want to give them 2 of those 4 games I mentioned, but I'm going to put them at 9-3 on the year.
Did you say 9-3?
I'm going to change it to 10-2. I said 9-3, but thinking about the Notre Dame game, I'm going to give them Notre Dame. I don't think they beat Florida State. It pains me to say that, but I'm going to give them 10-2. I think they'll miss the playoffs.
I think that's going to be that game's going to decide a lot about their season.
Yes.
You know,
the Florida State or the Notre Dame game?
Cade Klubnik. It'll be interesting to see what he does in his sophomore season.
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty impressed by him from what I did see.
Yeah, for a freshman.
When he came out and got under center, the first time I saw him play, the first thing that came out of my mouth was like, oh, man. I was hoping they're going to keep up with that DJ Ugalele nonsense.
Yeah.
Because this guy looks like he can actually play and actually play like, you play really well. Mm-hmm. So I'm a little concerned how many points they're going to be able to put up. That Clemson defense, the interior line for Clemson is always, top notch. They continue to recruit well.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not so convinced that they will lose that game to Florida State. It's in Clemson. I'm assuming it'll be a night game. I'm assuming it'll be the ABC lookout game, right?
Yeah.
Put all the chips aside. I would think that that's where they're heading with that.
Mm-hmm.
And if they win that game, that doesn't mean they'll win the ACC, because for the first time ever, there are no divisions in the ACC.
Yeah.
So you're not going to have to worry about if you're Florida State and you lose that game. Let's say Florida State beats LSU in week 1,
mm-hmm.
loses to Clemson in week 2. The Clemson game, actually, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but it matters a heck of a lot less because there's going to be a rematch.
Yeah.
Right? Used to, if Florida State lost to Clemson or Clemson lost to Florida State, not only did you have to win the rest, you had hopes that they lost 2 games,
mm-hmm.
which is what really stunk about the whole situation.
Yeah.
So I understand why they're getting rid of the divisions. When they first did it, they were mirroring the SEC, and what they were hoping for in their dream of dreams is that Florida State and Miami would help build that conference elite, and that those two would be meeting in the conference championship game on a regular basis.
Yeah, Miami has not pulled their weight.
Never happened.
Nope.
Miami's never made it there.
Mm-mm.
I always thought that it was goofy that if you're going to do that, if that's what you're pointing to, then why have them play during the regular season?
Yeah.
To me, it loses something to have rematches in the championship game. It just does. There's so much more of for a fan for me going, Oh man, wondering who's going to win when they're about to clash in November or December, right?
Mm-hmm.
You've already seen it the first time, and the team that wins it the first time loses the second time. Then there's the big debate. Well, I don't know who should go to the playoffs because they beat them the first week or the first go around they beat them and they beat them by 2 touchdowns. Second go around they lost by 3 points. There's going to be an argument there.
Yeah. Well, and the problem with whoever wins that first game, it's hard to beat a team twice in one season. So if they go and lose that game later on in the season, like if Florida State wins week 2, right, and then they go play Clemson in the ACC championship later on that season and lose, the problem is losses later in the season mean a lot more. They're a lot more detrimental to a team's chances of getting in the playoffs. So it's gonna be tough for whoever wins that week 2 game.
Oxzone says he just put $1,100 on the Braves to cover the spread today, -1.5.
1,100?
The exact number says $1,100 or $1,111.77.
Did he mean to do 11.00?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not the one punching it in the. What are we talking about? You're asking me? I don't know. I'm going off of what I think it's a he, but what Oxzone put into the chat.
Yeah, that's
so. I mean, that's your typical money line because the Braves. I want to say the run line today. They were really heavy favorites, by the way. So they were sitting there at minus. If you took the Braves on the money line today, it was like this morning, it was like -230 to -240. It was somewhere in that neighborhood.
Mm.
I don't know if I love it because Alex Cobb's a pretty good pitcher. But at the same token, Strider's going, and you would think the Braves bats will eventually get to the Giants. The one thing I will say is the back of the Giants bullpen's pretty good. Their offense, less to be desired. But if they get a few runs on Strider, and Strider's been so up and down, that could be a problem. But other than that, in theory, I like it. I just don't know if I love it. Tomorrow's game, honestly, if you're going to bet one way or the other tomorrow's game, it would be very smart money to take the Giants. They're probably going to be underdogs. They've got the better pitcher, and we by far have our weakest link going out there and pitching tomorrow night. In Yanni Chirinos versus Logan Webb. That is a pitching mismatch. I'll wait to see what the actual spread is, but you would be you could probably get a decent number on the run line too. Anyways, back to Clemson. Clemson, let me see what did you look up their over under?
I can pull it up real quick.
My guess is it'd be around 10.5. But
it says 10 on the first thing that popped up on Google.
That is weird. So just 10 even?
10 even, yeah.
Usually these are it says 9.5.
Okay, I'm seeing, I don't know what website this is. I see Florida State at 9.5. Yeah,
it's a for 9.5 under wins 2023. Clemson, the first thing that pops up. It says 9.5 wins, but we'll say this: those odds are -187, which is a terrible bet.
I'm seeing -125 for 10. So that makes a little sense.
Okay, yeah. That's. I mean, you look at their schedule and their big stumbling blocks at home against Florida State on September 16th. Don't sleep on that first game at Duke, Monday night at Duke. Duke's going to have a decent team this year. And that's a tough game to start your season with. They should win that. Don't get me wrong. But they're probably going to be over-favored in that. I like Duke in the points, whatever it comes out to be. See, Florida State on September 23rd. They're at Miami, but they usually manhandle Miami.
Yeah.
Home against Notre Dame. Home against North Carolina, whose defense, I think, Clemson will run through. You said you got them at 10-2?
Yeah, I'm at 10-2. I'll give them the Notre Dame win. I could see them ending the season on a loss to South Carolina, though. I'm a believer in the Gamecocks. I like what I saw at the end of last year from that team.
I'm going to take them 11-1 this year.
Ooh. With a loss to?
I don't think they lose to Florida State.
Oh.
Now, I'll be telling you different that morning on the kickoff show. Let's go! But as we sit here in August, unless I'm just really not impressed with them, if they're not manhandling Charleston Southern and FAU the 2 weeks before, my tune will change. But right now, I think they'll squeak out a win against Duke. First game of the season. It's always tough to play a conference rival. They should blow out the next 2 games, and they come home against Florida State. The big thing is it's at home, and it should be a night game.
Yeah.
But I'm not worried about Syracuse. I'm not worried about Wake Forest. They're going to blow out the Hurricanes. I'm not worried about NC State. NC State's a wild card, but they should beat Notre Dame. They're at home. They should beat them. If they don't, if they lose to Florida State, if they lose to Notre Dame, if they drop the game to South Carolina, they're going to start putting for sale signs in Dabo Swinney's yard.
Well, yeah, the NIL era hasn't treated Dabo too nice so far. He's been outwardly against it. He's been outwardly against it.
Right, and that's going to be the argument, I think. The argument for anyone that wants to get rid of him is going to be the guy's just not keeping up with the times.
Yeah. Not adaptable.
He hasn't had terrible seasons, but let him drop 3 or 4 games this year. You're going to start hearing the rumbles. I don't think it'll be enough to actually get him fired, but it'll be enough to put him on a very warm seat.
Kind of like the Ryan Day situation where he was at where some uneasiness.
Which is asinine.
I agree. I'm with you. That fan base has very high standards. I think Dabo's still a great coach. And it's the reason I see the parallels is because they're both great coaches, but with how high the standards are set for those two fan bases.
Yeah, just to me with Dabo, and I still don't think it's fair, but I could understand the argument more.
Yeah.
Because he does not – what is he brought in, like 1 or 2 people in the transfer portal ever? It's some incredibly low number.
Yeah.
This was the first year he brought someone in. I think it's 1. It could be 2.
Mm-hmm.
It's incredibly. Meanwhile, back at the range, especially if he loses to, let him lose to Florida State, and let him lose to Florida State again in the ACC championship game. That seat gets hot because what everyone's going to point to is that Mike Norvell built it strictly through the portal. Because Norvell, if you look at how he's recruited, the high school recruiting and everything, it's been very meh.
Yeah.
He has been elite. He's been up in the top 3 of the last 2 seasons in transfer portal.
Jared Verse.
So it depends on your philosophy. And I understand Dabo's philosophy. If you can win, then it shuts everybody up. It's like, look, I know what the hell I'm doing. You shut up over there. I'm gonna count my rings, and you just keep your mouth shut. But you start losing to the guy who's doing it the way everybody wants him to do it, and then it's gonna be like, what? It's the same thing that happened in baseball a few years back when nobody, or the old heads, nobody wanted to embrace. I'm talking about this is 10 years. Nobody really wanted to embrace the analytics.
Yeah.
And then teams started having a lot of success through analytics and started winning and bringing home pennants, and the whole thing has changed. And now you can't get hired by a Major League Baseball team if you say, no, I'm going to manage with my gut. They're like, your gut can just stay in the unemployment line. Now, I've always believed that there should be a balance. And I believe the same thing in the portal. You need to have a good recruiting class because you need to have that base. But at the same token, man, don't be an idiot. If there's some talent that's out there that you think is going to gel well with what you're building, bring them in.
Mm-hmm.
His theory is that if I allow them to come in I'm going to run off some of my guys that I promised.
Mm-hmm.
And when I go to recruit you out of high school, his belief is, and it kind of makes sense, I just don't think I would subscribe to it, but his philosophy is, if I go to recruit you out of high school and you think if things don't work out at Georgia Tech or Louisville or wherever, Florida, wherever, and you think you can transfer in, then you don't take me recruiting you as serious. But if you know this is your shot, that you either sign with Clemson or adios muchacho, that's what he's trying to build.
That's a fair way to approach it. But again, like you said, this season's
go Braves and go Falcons, Robert. In the chat, excited for the weekend. Sorry.
You're good.
Saying?
Yeah, it was just kind of a repetition of what you said. This season will be a big test of how effective that method is in today's era of college football.
What is your sense behind it? You got old Billy Ball in Gainesville unfolding.
Yeah, and look, my big gripe with Mullen was that he couldn't recruit and that he entirely relied on the transfer portal. But with FSU's success, like you mentioned, I think it's possible to build a top team in college football, not entirely, but mostly through the transfer portal. But I do think it's important to bring in that young talent, develop them under your coaching staff. And
I think it's also key to do so Norvell, if you've noticed, past couple of seasons, really high in the portal, very like top 15-ish. But what he's starting to do now is this year's recruiting class, because of what he's brought in the portal, their recruiting class is going up because guys want to be a part of it.
Yeah, success in college football. I mean, obviously it's not everything, but if you can put a good product on the field, you'll have more recruits wanting to come play for you. So building through the transfer portal and then bringing in the recruits afterwards, I think that it seems to work out for us
nowadays with the new rules, and you don't have to wait.
Yeah,
you bring a guy. Used to, the only way to build your team up in the off season without the high school kids would be the JUCO transfer guy come in. And I remember that was always a big thing in the 80s and 90s. Me and my dad would be looking at, who's coming out of the JUCO transfer, because it was essentially a transfer portal, but there just wasn't enough to pick from. And Bobby Bowden did a very good job of bringing guys in that fit well into his system. And he was normally, let's be honest, when he went to the JUCO transfer, it was normally going after interior line. That's normally what was there. Some kid who didn't have the great ACT scores, they would go out there. It was the Oklahoma area. It was Oklahoma, Texas, Nebraska. There was this small little JUCO football league that evidently was elite for what they're, and so everybody was always cherry picking over there. And when we would hear that one of the guys came from that league, we're like, all right. If you heard you got a JUCO transfer from Nevada, you're like, oh man. Stupid Chris Ricks, you ruined everything.
Was it Jared Verse that transferred from a JUCO school?
I'm sorry, to what?
Jared Verse. Where did he transfer from again?
He came in from Albany. Which sounds like a JUCO, but it's not. It's an actual Division I school, but they might actually be Division II. They were playing. It was an ACC team, I think Syracuse, but I might just be saying that because they're both in New York. But they were playing an ACC team that Florida State was about to play. They were watching the tape, and they're like, "Who the hell is this guy?" And he was just wreaking havoc.
Yeah.
Because he was not highly recruited at all, because he really put on size in school at Albany. So they called up, and the way he tells the story, Verse says that he's like, gets called into his coach's office. He thought he was in trouble or something. Like this. Hey, Florida State wants to talk to you about coming to play for them. And he was like, football? Yeah, you serious? He came back down to visit, and he signed instantly.
Yep.
But it was random. It was because they were watching some video of a game that they were prepping. I will just say Syracuse. And like, dude, this number 9 is just killing everybody there. He's coming off the ball. He's flying around. Like, we got to find out if we can get this guy down here. So you know whoever that was that pulled that off, that coach got one hell of a bonus. I guarantee you. I guarantee there's some NIL money getting jammed in his. All right, let's switch gears here. As I don't have a really good. I used to have a pretty good. Here we go.
The Almighty says this must be a fashionable fight. It's drawn the finest people.
All right, UFC time. Let's go. The floor is yours, my friend. I know you're always chomping at the bit, but I saw this. I think it was ESPN. It could have been a different outlet, but they were building this up, and I was rolling my eyes. I was about to change the channels. There's another fight, like Bobby says, they're on every freaking week. And the story itself, because the two fighters appear to just hate each other, got me wrapped up in it. I don't get it. I don't get the package, so I won't be able to see it. But I am going to be very curious to who wins this. Lay it on me.
Well, who wins this? I'll get straight to that. That's going to be Aljamain Sterling. I know Sean O'Malley is a fan favorite. A lot of people want to see him win. And a lot of people hate Aljo. He's one of the most hated champs in the sport. But he's an incredible grappler. If he gets his fight on the ground, O'Malley's going to be in a world of trouble. And O'Malley has a tough time stopping the takedowns. In his last fight against Petr Yan, he is not known for his wrestling. Yan was able to take him down with ease. So Aljamain Sterling should have no problem doing that. I see this fight being a pretty dominant win for Aljamain Sterling. I don't think he gets a finish early. He's not known for wrapping fights up early. He did against TJ Dillashaw because Dillashaw was hurt. But I think late in the second, somewhere in the third maybe, I think he gets on Sean O'Malley's back, as he's known to do. And I think he just starts unloading with the punches, ends the fight by TKO.
So what is this considered one of the bigger cards, or did I just stumble across something that they tricked me into?
I think the latter, unfortunately. It's not one of the bigger cards of the year. The card looked really good on paper a couple months ago. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of fights that have been taken off the card because of injury and other reasons. I know.
Backstory that got me interested was Sterling had just won a fight.
Yeah.
And I did not realize it when I was watching the video until it unfolded. I go, wait a minute, what? I had to rewind. Go. O'Malley showed up in the ring.
Yeah.
Talking smack to him. He was not fighting Sterling.
No,
he just jumped in there talking smack. And basically Sterling just kind of, there wasn't the true stuff you used to get with the boxing, the Friday night weigh-ins where they'd be really, really have it. But then again, they've probably been memorizing their scripts.
Yeah.
But there was a little bit of, get the hell out of here, da-da-da-da-da. Mm-hmm. So O'Malley had this big, you suck kind of thing. I'm going to take you out kind of thing. You got to fight. But then I was a little disappointed when they go to interview him live on, I think it was ESPN. It may have been CBS Sports.
Yeah.
Regardless, he kind of backtracked and said, well, I think I was just in there saying that because I really wanted to fight him. He's the best. I want my chance. I'm like, dude, would you grow a pair? You just sit there and talk smack. If you're going to talk smack till he knocks you out.
Yeah. Well, O'Malley, he has the personality. He has the things that come with him. He has the good lines and stuff. Like, he delivers in that sense, but he just doesn't seem to have a lot of confidence on the mic. It's kind of weird. Which is not what you expect from him. The UFC, the reason you're seeing so much of him is because the UFC is trying to build up another big star. Aljamain Sterling is one of the most hated champions, probably the most hated champion in the UFC. When I went to UFC,
why is that?
The reason he won the belt was very controversial. He won because the other guy got disqualified for an illegal knee. And his wins haven't been the most convincing in his title defenses. So he's not very well liked by the UFC crowd. In fact, when I went to the UFC fight night in Nashville a few weeks ago, he was there. He was there because he was he helped with one of the fighters who was fighting on that card, and they were booing him. They did not like him.
Did you go see the actual UFC in person?
I did, yeah. I had a great time doing that.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really fun.
Where did they have that at?
They had it at Bridgestone. Sold out crowd.
Okay.
So it was awesome. But Aljo, he's not well liked by a lot of UFC fans. I personally don't mind him. I'm pretty indifferent. I think he gets way too much hate. He has a chance to be arguably the greatest bantamweight of all time if he wins this fight. He'll have some great wins under his belt. But the reason you're seeing so much of it is because of O'Malley and because the UFC is trying to build him up as the next big star. Like I said, he's just flashy. He gets a lot of, especially younger people, to pay attention to him. He has a lot of highlight reel knockouts and cool, moments in fights. So the UFC is really putting a lot into building him up as the next big star.
The greatest bantamweight of all time.
Yeah, which it doesn't have a strong history. Bantamweight doesn't, but Aljamain Sterling will have some good defenses. I mean, he'll have beaten Henry Cejudo, he was a double champ. He was one of the best UFC fighters of all time. He'll have beaten TJ Dillashaw. He'll have beaten Petr Yan. He'll have beaten a lot of guys when he was just a contender as well. So he has a really good resume, and if he adds this to it, he has a case for being the best of all time.
I thought I would recognize some names here. I just pulled up greatest bantamweights of all time in boxing. Nothing.
Oh.
In fact, there's some dude named George Dixon. The picture's so old, he's literally like this. He's pulling a Tim Anderson. He's about to get he doesn't even know. Wow. I want to say that they got rid of bantamweight in modern boxing.
That wouldn't shock me because that's only 135 pounds in the UFC.
Yeah, well, I think what they did is they morphed them together. So in other words,
yeah.
I haven't followed boxing in years, so I'd be misspeaking if I actually tried to explain it.
Mm-hmm.
But I just find it okay. So I was looking at the lines.
Mm-hmm.
Sterling's minus 260 on the money line. O'Malley's plus 205.
Yeah, I'd even say that's too much in favor of O'Malley. I really think it's going to be one-sided.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So basically,
I watched the weigh-ins too. Something to note: Aljamain Sterling looked great at the weigh-ins. He cuts a lot of weight to get down to 135 pounds, but he still looked fantastic. O'Malley looked pretty drained. He looked pretty out of it when he was on the scales. So.
Now, when they weigh in, did they weigh in today?
Yeah, they weighed in this morning. So like a day and a half before the fight. So they cut a lot of weight. They cut a ton of weight. A lot of guys look really drained when they get to the scales.
Insane. It really is insane. Like they all do that in not just UFC, but I'm talking about boxing and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Wrestling, high school wrestling, they do that.
In boxing, they've started to do like hydration clauses where they can't go and cut a bunch of weight and then take a bunch of fluids and IVs and stuff. In the UFC, you can't take IVs in the UFC. That's very heavily regulated. But you have a pretty large window to go back and put that weight that you cut back on. So a lot of guys will cut a ton of weight to make it down to 135 pounds or whatever division they're fighting at, and then before the fight they'll put that back on as much as they can at least.
See, I feel like that's just so disingenuous. That's one of the things I've always disliked about the fighting world, not just UFC, but boxing, everything. Is if you're going to be in a certain weight, you should have to fight at that weight within at least a pound or two, right?
And
weigh in on
Friday, the fighters.
But they should be weighing you again on Saturday. And if you're not like right there, then there needs to be a discussion.
Yeah, and I tend to root for fighters. I don't become fans of fighters because of this, but I'll sometimes pull for a fighter if they are fight at their natural weight class. I kind of respect that a little bit more. You'll hear the term in the UFC world, weight bullies. Aljamain Sterling is definitely that. He walks around at upwards of 180 pounds. Sterling is, yes, and he walks around.
What is the term? What is the
weight bully? Weight bully.
Oh, weight bully. Okay.
Yeah. Aljamain Sterling walks it around upwards of 180 pounds, and he's fighting at 135. So that tells you how much weight he cuts.
There were weight bullies.
What?
Nothing. You'll have to go back and listen. I'm not repeating that. All right. So what's your prediction?
My prediction is Aljamain Sterling by, I'll say round 3 TKO. I think he'll get the stoppage when he'll probably be on O'Malley's back.
What is it scheduled for? 5?
Yeah, it'll be a 5-round fight.
Okay. But the only way to watch this thing is to have the pay-per-view, right?
Yeah. Or in my case, go out to a restaurant. But
yeah, but I'm saying
you're gonna have to spend money. Yeah.
I'm saying that you can't you can't get it somewhere. In other words, it's not going to be on Fox or CBS or ESPN.
You're not going to be able to watch it from your living room without paying some money.
There's a paywall involved, is what I'm getting at. Okay.
Yeah.
If you just wanted to watch the one fight, how much are they charging you?
Same amount.
Which is what?
I think it's 70. I've never paid for a pay-per-view, though. I never will. If I'm not watching it at a restaurant, I'll watch it on some website that I'll not name.
Dude, they're going to freaking Wander Frankie you with them websites you're on. Can you believe this story about him?
Dude, it's bad. It's bad.
Hasn't
there been like a second person that's come forward or something?
A second girl?
I thought I saw it.
I don't know. I today maybe because
maybe
I haven't seen.
All I know is it's a bad situation for him, and I don't know if there's some non-truth to how old she was or whatever, but it ain't a good look.
No, Bobby, if you look at her, man, she looks like she's in 8th grade.
She does. I saw someone say she was 22. I don't know anything about the situation, but
he's 22.
Yeah, I don't fully believe it. And a weird thing I'll say as well, I did see someone posted about it on social media. There were a lot of other MLB players who were liking her Instagram posts. It's a really weird situation all around. And Wander Franco, if there's any truth to that, he needs to be on. So.
Now this is someone's trying to, but who knows who this guy is. It says per sources, the relationship that Wander had with this girl from his native hometown was when she was 13 and he was 17. First of all, it looks like a recent picture of him.
Well, he had a bunch of tattoos on his neck, and it looks very recent. Like
that
didn't look like a 17-year-old kid.
He was wearing a Tampa Bay Rays jersey too.
He was just a Rays fan. That's all. He was just a Rays fan.
Guessed right that hey, maybe I'll be a Ray one day. Maybe I'll be wearing. You know what? I think I'm going to wear the jerseys that they just came back out with a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Ridiculous.
But at the same token, I don't know who is. So who is this guy that's reporting this? This is the kicker. Hector Gomez, who I've heard of him on his bio, it says MLB Insider. I think he used to be on MLB, but anyway, I mean ESPN. But anyways, according to Gomez, because it's been quoted by a bunch of people, here's the quote. A person very close to the Wander Franco investigation claims it's, quote, very unlikely that Franco will ever play Major League Baseball again.
And it sounds like that's pretty warranted.
I can't buy this. I was 17, she was 13 crap because, first of all, creepy anyways.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say it's not illegal, but that's still very, very weird.
I know when I was 17, I wasn't dating 13 years old. I mean, no. There was a rule, man. There was just, God, where are your friends at? Your friends aren't giving you crap about this.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Dude, what's wrong with you, son?
Yeah.
But the whole thing is just, ugh. What's your walk-off, sir?
My walk-off is tune into UFC 292 like we just talked about. Obviously, the main event's going to be exciting to watch. A lot of questions will be answered. And then there's a good co-main event, a good women's MMA fight at strawweight. One of the best female fighters in the world, Zhang Wei Li, defends her belt. There's some other good fights in there. Overall, go out to Buffalo Wild Wings, grab some food, enjoy some fights.
Walking freaking commercial.
Not an advertisement, not a paid advertisement. But if they want to, I'm here.
Yeah, if they want to, I'm here. I'm the one running the show. What the heck are you talking about?
Go to whatever restaurant you want.
You better be splitting things with me here.
Yes, sir.
Unbelievable. I say stay at home, eat cheaper, and probably enjoy something off of I mean, dude, there's so many sports that are for free now between now and the end of end of Super Bowl.
Yeah.
UFC can kick rocks, buddy. That's all I know. All right, man. Great talking to you. We're going to take a really quick break. When we come back, we're going to wrap this puppy up. I'm going to give you my lock, a couple other things, getting you set for Braves versus Giants. A 3-game set. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Why do you keep your mouth shut? I'm not taking off my clothes today. I'm styling and profiling. You just be glad I'm here looking the way I look.
Armchair.
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Hey, Braves fans, the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel are bringing you Braves Baseball all season long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and I'll be bringing you Braves Baseball play-by-play for the Braves fans out there, for all of Braves country. So pull up an armchair and join us for Braves Country Baseball, first pitch to last pitch, Tuesday and Friday nights, right here on the Armchair Quarterbacks YouTube channel.
Hey, sports fans, it's Rod Peterson here, host of The Rod Peterson Show, inviting you to join us daily for 2 hours of Atlanta's funnest sports talk right here on WQEE. I say fun because it is. You've never heard a show like it because we make the listeners a part of the show every day between noon and 2 p.m. Eastern. You'll hear plenty of the best sports talk, including the latest on the Falcons, the Braves, and more. And who knows, you might even hear you. That's the Rod Peterson Show, daily at noon, right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
This helpful instructional message from the National Association of People Who Have Trouble Walking and Chewing Gum at the same time. Step, chew. Step, chew. Step, chew.
Welcome back, baby. We got 12 more minutes left in this week, TGI Friday, here on Braves Country. And we got Brian Snow Show coming up here at the top of the hour. If you're listening to us on 99.1 FM WQEE, if you're on Braves Country HD, or if you're not, make sure to catch us tonight as 7:20 first pitch, Braves versus the Giants. And we got Spencer Strider going today against Alex Cobb. Should be a really good pitching matchup. I don't believe I gave a pick to click or a score earlier. That's a bad job by me. Normally on the Braves Country I do. So I'm going to go to the well. Let me double check and make sure. I saw that the lineup came out, but we were in the middle of all that football talk and didn't get a chance to actually look at it. But let me look at the lineup real quick. Braves tonight. Okay. Lopez is still on the lineup. I'm telling you, when they finally let Vaughn Grissom in that lineup, I'm going pick to click instantly. That dude's been roasting down at the AAA level. Yeah, the other thing that I think I forgot to bring up, I don't know if y'all caught this, Braves fans, but Lucas Williams was brought up a couple of days ago, kind of went under the radar. Forrest Wall's been sitting down to AAA. People were freaking out about that. Look, they've got Forrest Wall up there, got credit for having him up on the big league roster. Some of these moves are to make sure these guys are on the roster before September 1st so that they can claim them for the playoff run. As long as you've been on the major league roster before September 1st, you can then put any of them on the playoff roster. Come the NLDS, the NLCS, any of them. So Lucas Williams, by the way, he can play a little bit of everything. He's primarily a corner outfielder, but he has played infield and whatnot. So nothing staggering, but there's a reason why I bring this up is because, and howdy to everybody in the chat here on Braves Country HD on YouTube. Good to see Goat in here and Ron and Robert. And was it Frank was in here earlier? I think Frank's still in here. I think I saw Brian as well. Brian, it's a good thing you signed up because I was about to give you a shout out here on the show. I had it written down that if he did not, if I saw him chime in, I'd go like, would you Would you join the freaking fantasy football league? Drives me crazy with these guys. We'll sit there and we'll set up these leagues. I'm the commissioner, so I've got all this other crap on my plate that I'm doing this. I send out the invitations, and then it's always like 2 or 3 guys. You got to pull teeth to go, wait, they've even set it up now where you don't have to go to email. You just text them, and they just have to click the link. It goes directly to the app, and away you go. Unbelievable. Okay. But the reason why I bring up that Lucas Williams thing, been talking about it the last few days, did some digging. Sam Hilliard had another setback, his heel again. I think he played 1 game in his rehab stint, and he hurt his heel again. So he's back on the mend, and I'm going to go ahead and put it out there. I think he's done for the year. I will be shocked if we get anything out of him. So they're sending Wall back down. He actually went back down a couple of days ago, but I think I forgot to mention it, so that's a bad job by me. But Lucas Williams is now up with the Braves. And tonight's, we'll go through everything at a pregame, but tonight's lineup is more of the same. It's Acuna, Harris in the 2 spot because of the injury to Ozzie Albies. Riley, Olsen, Ozuna, DH, Rosario in left, Murphy and behind the plate in number 7, Orlando at number 8, and Nicky Lopez at number 9. Nicky Lopez, just don't expect base hits from him. Okay, just hope if he gets on base, it is a bonus. He's not an offensive threat, so I'm not picking him to click ever. He's got a good glove. He's a good base runner, and that's what we need out of him. My pick to click tonight, the ground ball pitcher, someone who might be willing to use that. Give me Michael Harris. I will say this, Orlando RC is overdue. But give me Michael Harris for my pick to click tonight. And the Braves, think it'll be a lower scoring game with Cobb on the mound. Give me the Braves to win this one. I'll say 5-2. I think it's going to be more of a grind. Normally on Friday nights after a day off, we normally hit our offense really starts to click. But if Cobb is on, he's a very, very difficult pitcher to deal with. By the way, Royals lead the Cubs 4-3, very big game in the NL wild card. And that kid Reagans, I was watching him a little bit. He looked pretty good today. He looked pretty good. A kid that really, they have big, big expectations for Reagan. It's not spelt like the president. It's Ragan, but they have big expectations for him over the next several years. He went, listen to this today, 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. He did give up 3 runs, but 6 innings, 9 strikeouts. And he is the one thing I've noticed with him. I haven't had a chance to sit down and watch a game of his yet, but I did pick him up in Dynasty Fantasy, so that's why I'm kind of like paying attention to this. But he has high strikeout rate every time. And I'm pretty sure he's a lefty. So Reagan's and the Royals. And something else to be noted, I noticed a second ago, they're down a run. They're in the 9th inning. And the Cubs are running a pitcher out there in relief. It was Drew Smyly. So he's no longer in the starting rotation. Drew Smyly was put in the bullpen, it appears. So we'll keep you up to date on that. If it probably won't end before the game because we only got about 5 minutes left, and they just started the bottom of the 9th. Looks like Hernandez is to try to close out with Morel, and Morel had that great walk-off. What was it? Was it Wednesday night? Against the White Sox, they were down 3-1, I think it was. It was something. I think they were down 3-1. And he had a 3-run bomb to walk it off in the 9th. All right, my lock tonight. So looking at the lines tonight, kind of going back and forth on a couple of them, and it is really, really tempting You cannot continue to win game after game after game. Eventually, Major League Baseball, you lose one. And this man has been pitching well, and we're getting plus money. So I'm going to sprinkle a little bit on the money line. Give me the Miami Marlins on the money line plus 117 in Dodgerland to take on Gonsolin. I think Miami will get to Gonsolin. Sandy Alcantara has been pitching really well the second half of the year. And I like their and 11 wins in a row. I mean, come on. You can't win. You can't win every game. It's just the law of averages. And I like the pitching matchup for Miami. And strangely enough, we turned a couple of months ago, we would have been pulling for the Dodgers. Tonight, we're pulling for Miami because we have a 4-game lead in the NL best record race. Right now, the best record in baseball, it's still the Braves, but we are only, 4 games in front of the Dodgers. I'm about to pull it up here in a second. 4 games in front of the Dodgers. And put it up on the screen there so you can see it. 4 games in front of the Dodgers, and the Baltimore Orioles are now in second or third, two slots behind the Braves at 4.5. So those are the big scores that we need to pay attention to. Texas and Tampa Bay, they're 6.5 back. They got to get closer for me to be concerned about them catching us. They're good teams, don't get me wrong. I think this Wander Franco thing is going to hit Tampa Bay like a ton of bricks. They're going to make the playoffs, and they're going to be an early exit. That is their best everyday player. And if you believe any of this stuff that's being reported, he's not playing the rest of the season. Best case scenario. He's not playing ever again. Worst case scenario for him. Other games to be interested in. So we're scoreboard watching now for the best record. We're 12.5 in front of the Phillies. Yeah, I want the Phillies to lose because I want to clinch the division. I get that. But I'm really more focused on what are the Dodgers and the Orioles doing right now. But other games that you do want to keep an eye on is Phillies and Nationals. One thing you want to keep an eye on for that, Lorenzen is going on the mound against Washington. Last time he pitched about a week ago when he no-hit Washington. Yankees and Red Sox begin their series. It's a big game for them trying to fight out the wild card. And man, I think that guy just got gunned down. He did. I'm watching the Cubs, and it was a 1-out single to try to stretch it into a double. And whoever that was, it's got to be the number 3 hitter. But he got gunned down by the right fielder for the Royals. So now there's 2 outs and there's nobody on. That was, he's out by quite a bit. That was a really, really stupid effort. I get what you're trying to do, but in the 9th inning, you can't get thrown out there. You got to put the closer into some uncomfortable pitches. But the other game that you want to pay attention to tonight, if you're a Braves fan and you're looking at big picture kind of stuff, the Orioles are at the Athletics. They're probably not going to lose, but Kirk Gibson does stink. He's on the mound, so that's a late night. So basically, the games that we're locked in on tonight, other than Braves and Giants at 7:20, we'll have it right here on Braves Country HD. They're 2 West Coast games. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. After the game, I'm going to sit back and watch Orioles and the Dodgers, and hopefully they get some losses. We got to go. Y'all have a great day. Stay tuned for the Brian Snow Show right here on WQEE, and we will see you Monday here on 99.1 FM. It'll be Florida State Day. We're doing all the big boys next week. Georgia, Bama. Let's go. Football season's almost here. Y'all have a great day.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we fly here. talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.
Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude, grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey, Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes?
Do you have any idea how important it is? You're trying to save the pump. Really? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live?
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. Do you know what listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio. We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
You're in Braves Country.
All right, Braves fans. We got a little alumni weekend. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, Heather. If y'all want to join the chat and listen on radio, just jump on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country HD is the name of the channel. All right, here we go. You got the Braves coming into this weekend. Now, it's alumni weekend, so you're going to have a lot of cool things that they've got in store for you on alumni weekend. If you're going to the park, just kind of check what they're doing. They still had a couple of things up in the air, but all in all, it should be a really, really fun time. They got a lot of things going on pre pregame Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. They're taking on the Giants. The big thing about this is you put the alumni stuff away. Braves come into this game once again. Look, we lead the National League. We lead in Major League Baseball with the best record. And there's nothing to really complain about when you look at the big picture. But have you noticed how red hot the Dodgers are? They are now 4 games behind us. They were in our rearview mirror a couple weeks ago. They're now 4 games back and gaining. They are the hottest team in Major League Baseball. By the way, the Royals lead the Cubs 1-0. That game is very early on. We'll keep you up to date on that. You see the score on the screen, top of the 4th inning. Someone hit a solo shot, but I was busy getting ready for the game, so I'll have to get that information here in a second. But the kid Reagan's, by the way, for Kansas City's pitching today, and I'm really interested to see him because I've been kind of keeping an eye on it because he's one of the better young pitchers that has came up in the last month or so. You're going to start seeing a lot of major league players that are going to be coming up here in the very, very near future. You got rosters expanding on September 1st. More on that in a second, but the MLB landscape is always very fun, even for teams that are not going to be making the playoffs. It's still really fun this time of year because the teams that are out of it start getting their prospects called up. The Angels are calling up a prospect. I saw that. I believe he starts tonight. So really interesting moves that'll be out there, and most of them will wait till September 1st, but you never know. You could get some teams that want to see these guys a little earlier. But back to the Dodgers. They've won 11 in a row. They have basically cruised past and put the Giants and the Diamondbacks in the rear view. Giants and Diamondbacks are very good teams. Diamondbacks have played much, much worse in the second half of the season. But look, Giants are sitting there at 10.5 back of the Dodgers. That sounds horrible. They're right there in the wild card hunt. When you consider the fact, so the Giants have hit kind of a rough skid. They've lost 7 of their last 10, but all in all, a very good team at 64-57 coming in. When the team in front of you wins 11 in a row and you kind of stub your toe, that's where you lose divisions. So the Giants are coming in really laser focused. Probably, if you ask most fans and honest, you're not going to get this from the teams. But if you ask most teams where if you ask most of the people in the organization where their mindset is, it's to just get in the playoffs. And when you look at the fan base, they're probably looking at scoreboard watching now. It's probably more of the wild card. The Giants are coming into today. Where are they at here in the wild card? Let me pull that up real quick. They are second wild card position. So they're 2 games behind Philly for the top wild card. And that is a big deal. If you wonder, well, if you're in, you're in, who cares? No, it's a big deal because that first round, if you're the Giants right now, if it ended today, the Giants would be playing the Phillies on the road. They would be in Philadelphia. Right now, if it ended today, the Cubs have the 3rd slot, but it is a bottleneck. They are, in theory, tied with the Reds and the Marlins, but I'm taking the Cubs just a tad above them because they are 1 loss in front in the loss column. So in theory, they're tied in the standings. That's what you see if you just take a glance at it. But the Cubs technically have a winning percentage just 1 point better than Miami and Cincinnati. Now, obviously, all this evens out in the end. Arizona's right there. So I'm putting the Padres in the rearview mirror right now for the NL wild card. They're going to have to get hot. They're going to have to play much better. They've lost 7 of their last 10. But you look at who's in the NL wild card, who's fighting for it right now. It is essentially a 6-team race. Believe it or not, if the Mets got scalding hot, they could jump back in it. They're 7 out. But it's not, we've talked about this before. You're not just trying to make up 7 games. You're trying to make up 7 games on 6 other teams. And that's the problem they get. Actually, 7 other teams if you're the Mets. So the Diamondbacks are a game behind the third slot. After that, you have Cubs, you have Marlins, and Reds. They're all tied for the last slot. If the playoffs started today, San Francisco would be in Philadelphia, which is why the Giants are going to come in scraping and scrapping and trying to win. They're not resting on their laurels, not to mention the fact they don't want to fall out of the wild card race. If they go into Atlanta and have a bad weekend, let's say they get swept, they're going to be looking at possibly on the outside looking in for the wild card. So they're going to be fighting every step of the way. They're not going to come in here and be half asleep. You've only got, what are we sitting here now? About 40 games left in the season. So this is the stretch run. And the game tonight, it's going to be Strider versus Cobb. We went over this a little bit in the pregame or the series on Thursday on the Braves Country Brunch Show. But essentially with Strider and Cobb, the Braves are minus, I think, 230 on the money line is where it's sitting right now. They're expected to win, but Cobb is a very good pitcher. He's a ground ball pitcher. He's the type of pitcher that if he's on, he could really give the Braves problems because the Braves like to lift the ball in the air. Cobb's going to try to keep it on the ground. If you can keep it on the ground, you're talking about a low-scoring affair. Strider should have the upper hand against the San Francisco Giants offense. San Francisco Giants offense is rated in the bottom third of the league. But their pitching has been really good. Their bullpen is very good. Their starting pitching has been solid. They try to beat you with matchups. They play small ball. Not that they don't have anybody that can hit home runs. And I expect standing ovation for Jock Peterson here for this weekend. But San Francisco is going to try to put several hits together. If they can put several hits together, we're talking about 3, 4, 5 hits. That's how they score runs. We know the Braves, they're just going to try to get on and someone's going to try to launch it, shoot it into the gap. So it's really a contrast of styles offensively. But we've got Strider on the mound tonight, Yanni on the mound tomorrow, as of right now, and Max Fried on the bump Sunday. So when you look at that and you look at what you can expect, this is a big game tonight because you got to get off and running. You got to go out there and say, all right, let's get the lead in the series because tomorrow night the San Francisco Giants have the advantage. Unless they change something, it's Yanni with his 5.22 ERA versus Logan Webb with the 3.26 ERA. Stuff-wise, Logan Webb is their ace. So their ace is going up against our weakest link. That is their best chance to win a game in this series. So if you expect things to unfold the way they should, Logan Webb and company should probably put up a W tomorrow night. I'm not saying it's a given. The Braves will probably be favored because it's in Atlanta, and you can never count out this offense. And the bullpen's been really good. Sunday, it's Max Fried against undecided. They'll probably announce it last minute. Could be a bullpen game. It's looking at the tea leaves and reading what they've done it looks like it'll probably be a bullpen game. Or some version of that. Rush a guy out there that they only expect to get through the lineup once or twice. Max Fried, we should be decided favorites Sunday afternoon. So that means tonight could be the rubber game of the series, and you're playing it at the very beginning. So I really hope that if they have a chance to win this game, Snicker is a little more aggressive to unload the bullpen and not sit back and go, well, it's the first game of the season. No, you got to look at who's pitching the rest of the series, and we all know Yanni is just glorified batting practice out there. He's going out there. He's getting slapped around the second time through the lineup. Sometimes he'll get smacked around the first time through the lineup. You hope to get through the lineup once, and then the second time through the lineup, it really seems like it starts to fall apart. This is a lighter hitting squad than Yanni's gone up against last couple of times, but even still, you can't expect him to go out there and give you a quality start. So tonight is big. Strider's got to be Strider. He's got to go out there and pitch well. I want to see more consistency out of Strider. I don't want to see him pitch well against the Mets and everyone go, ooh, look what he did. But then he got bounced in the second 2 1/3 or 2/3 that he went so early third inning by the Pirates. There's too much up and down with Strider, so he needs to start putting him together because we start getting towards October. We need to have confidence in it. He needs to have confidence in what he's doing out there. So I do believe the Braves will win this series. I don't think it'll be a sweep. I would be willing to say if you're asking, well, how's it go? Braves will win tonight. Alex Cobb will get Cheerios on Saturday, and Sunday will be, quote-unquote, the rubber match with Max Fried on the mound. But I really look at tonight being the rubber match because if Max Fried's going up against a bullpen game, advantage Braves in a big way. If Yanni Chirinos is going up against the ace of the Giants, advantage San Francisco in a pretty big way. Not quite as big because the Braves offense evens some things out. So tonight, this is the true toss-up game. We should still be on the better side of it. But you can't have – he can't go out there and spit the bit and rush out. I don't want to see Spencer Strider roll out there and go 4 or 5 innings struggling with his pitch count. He's given up 4 runs, and we're in a freaking battle because Cobb's gone out there and put a bunch of goose eggs on the board, and we're trailing 4-2 heading into the 6th inning. I want to see some, hey, I'm Strider. I know they say I'm the number 2 guy, but I really ought to be the ace, and I'll be your ace going forward. Let's go. Get on my back. I'm going to drag y'all there. That's what we're looking for. The Braves will if you're looking at the schedule going forward after this Giant series, the Braves are going to welcome in the Mets for 3 games. Those are all night games. 7:20 first pitch. Every single one of them because A, it's August, B, when they made these decisions on when the games are going to be played, everyone expected the Mets to be a little better, and they expected the Mets to have more eyeballs on their television sets and in the seats. Remember, when the Braves host teams like the Mets, the Yankees, the Red Sox, etc., the place is packed with fans from other teams too because they never get a chance to see their teams. It's not like it used to be where you'd go to a Cubs-Braves game, a Mets-Braves game, and the majority of the stadium is wearing the opponent's colors. Nowadays, because we're playing so well and it's the new stadium, and there's a great vibe going on, it's still majority Braves country, but you will have Mets fans out there. And you're going to get the diehard Met fan that never gets a chance to see him play that lives in the Atlanta area because you know what? I'm going anyways. I know we stink, but I want to go see my team play. But those are all 3 night games, and then the Braves will try this weird thing again 2 weeks in a row. They're going to take a day off. They'll have a day off on Thursday. And then the grind begins again. And the grind, you talk about a grind, it is a grind. You're in late August, and your bullpen and your starting pitching starts to wear down, starts to get tired, although I think they've done a great job managing it. but they're in there dragging their butts across the finish line. And here comes, with no days off, mind you, a 10-day road trip to California. Well, majority California. We're going to be at the same Giants Friday at 10:15. It's a week from tonight. We will carry the games. I know they're late broadcast, but I've worked it out. We will carry the games. The Saturday game is interesting. They have moved it to a 4:05 first pitch. That was up in the air. They talked about it making 7 o'clock Eastern, 7:20 Eastern. They even talked about a 9 o'clock first pitch next Saturday. Instead, they're going 4:05 first pitch, because it's going to be a nationally televised FS1 game. We will bring you the play-by-play. And then the Sunday game, Braves-Giants, has been moved to Sunday night, a week from Sunday. So we will bring you that game as well. And so that's changed a little bit. That got flexed. I don't remember what the original game is. I'm going to try to guess what this was. They have Braves-Giants now. They had to have. Man, I'll tell you one that I think they should have thought about, just because of newness. And I know they're going to put the Braves-Giants on because they're looking at the big fan base in San Francisco. And, of course, Braves country's everywhere. But there's a couple other series next week, and they could have really thought about to bring new eyeballs to the table. And also for your diehard baseball fan, just want something a little different. Reds and Diamondbacks, that's a big one for Major League Baseball standings. And then the other one I was looking at, Padres Brewers. The Padres have got to get it together. We keep saying this about the Padres, and it's just like the men's, like, when are they ever going to get it? Sometimes teams just never get it together. Reds, Diamondbacks, Rangers, Twins. I thought that would have been a pretty neat one to put on there. I'm trying to figure out what they may have had on there, because I know this did get flexed. This was not the original. I bet you it was Cardinals, Phillies. I guarantee it was Cardinals, Phillies. It may have been Dodgers, Red Sox, but for whatever reason they flexed that. That's a little surprising, because the Red Sox are still in the hunt for the wild card. They've stubbed their toe a couple of times recently, but they're still right there. It was either that or Angels Mets. Angels Mets probably had some hype, and now both teams are combined. What are they? 12 games under 500 combined right now. But that's what we're looking forward to there. After that, the Braves go out, or come east a little bit, not much. That Monday they'll be playing the Rockies. Those are 8:40 first pitch. We're bringing all those to you. The Rockies Monday and Tuesday are both 8:40 first pitch. And then the Wednesday game, August 30th, that game, see if they've moved that around. I know it was originally a night game. Are they keeping it? Yep. Okay. So they're keeping it a night game. I thought they might move it. 8:40. So all three of those, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, those are all 8:40 games. Of course, this is the crunch. We're going to bring as many games as we can to you. Thursday is that's the big series. We go into Dodger Stadium, a 4-game series, and the way it's looking, and they have been playing just red hot baseball. We've got 3 games. Those games are starting at 10:10 Eastern out there. We're going to bring the Thursday night game, the Friday night game, and we're going to bring you the Sunday afternoon game. The Saturday night game, it's a late game, and we've got everything going on with the first weekend of college football, and we're doing it's essentially it's a big shandango that we do every year here at my studio for fantasy football draft day. So Saturday we'll have the chat up. That's a week from Saturday. We'll remind you more of that down the road. But the Dodger series, I'm going to bring you that Sunday afternoon game. It's going to be a tough slate, because I'm going to have to run off Dodgers, Braves from the 4:10 first pitch on Sunday. And then I've got to jump on a couple of local radio stations that have hit me up to talk Florida State, LSU. Hopefully I get on there in time before the game starts. It's going to be close, because the Dodgers Braves is 4:10. Florida State LSU in Orlando is Sunday night, 7:30. That's going to be close. But I told both those stations, I said, as long as that game gets over with and I can get you, I'm going to give them both a good 5 to 10 minutes. We'll see how that plays out. That could be a duel. That could end up having both stations on the line at the same time. But anyways, that's what we got going on here going into Labor Day weekend. And the Dodgers, you really got to start scoreboard watching the Dodgers. If you want the World Series to run through Atlanta and you want the National League pennant to run through Atlanta, you got to start looking at the Dodgers schedule. And they're hosting Miami. And then thankfully they go out on the road to Cleveland and Boston before coming home against a tough series with the Arizona, and then they'll face us. So they don't have an easy slate, which is good as far as them not being able to rest their arms and whatnot. Catch us tonight as 7:20 first pitch, Braves versus the Giants. And we got Spencer Strider going today against Alex Cobb. Should be a really good pitching matchup. Lopez is still on the lineup. I'm telling you, when they finally let Vaughn Grissom in that lineup, I'm going pick to click instantly. That dude's been roasting down at the AAA level. My pick to click tonight, the ground ball pitcher, someone who might be willing to use that. Give me Michael Harris. I will say this: Orlando RC is overdue. But give me Michael Harris for my pick to click tonight. And the Braves, I think it'll be a lower scoring game with Cobb on the mound. Give me the Braves to win this one. I'll say 5-2. I think it's going to be more of a grind. Normally on Friday nights after a day off, our offense really starts to click. But if Cobb is on, he's a very, very difficult pitcher to deal with. All right, my lock tonight. So looking at the lines tonight, kind of going back and forth on a couple of them, and it is really, really tempting. You cannot continue to win game after game after game. Eventually, Major League Baseball, you lose one. And this man has been pitching well, and we're getting plus money. So I'm going to sprinkle a little bit on the money line. Give me the Miami Marlins on the money line plus 117 in Dodgerland to take on Gonsolin. I think Miami will get to Gonsolin. Sandy Alcantara's been pitching really well the second half of the year. And I like and 11 wins in a row. I mean, come on. You can't win every game. It's just the law of averages. And I like the pitching matchup for Miami. And strangely enough, we turned a couple of months ago, we would have been pulling for the Dodgers. Tonight, we're pulling for Miami because we have a 4-game lead in the NL best record race. Right now, the best record in baseball, it's still the Braves, but we are only, 4 games in front of the Dodgers. I'm about to pull it up here in a second. 4 games in front of the Dodgers. And put it up on the screen there so you can see it. 4 games in front of the Dodgers, and the Baltimore Orioles are now in second or third, two slots behind the Braves at 4.5. So those are the big scores that we need to pay attention to. Texas and Tampa Bay, they're 6.5 back. They got to get closer for me to be concerned about them catching us. They're good teams, don't get me wrong. I think this Wander Franco thing is going to hit Tampa Bay like a ton of bricks. They're going to make the playoffs, and they're going to be an early exit. That is their best everyday player. And if you believe any of this stuff that's being reported, he's not playing the rest of the season. Best case scenario. He's not playing ever again. Worst case scenario for him. Other games to be interested in. So we're scoreboard watching now for the best record. We're 12.5 in front of the Phillies. Yeah, I want the Phillies to lose because I want to clinch the division. I get that. But I'm really more focused on what are the Dodgers and the Orioles doing right now. But other games that you do want to keep an eye on is Phillies and Nationals. One thing you want to keep an eye on for that, Lorenzen is going on the mound against Washington. Last time he pitched about a week ago when he no-hit Washington. Yankees and Red Sox begin their series. It's a big game for them trying to fight out the wild card. And man, I think that guy just got gunned down. He did. I'm watching the Cubs, and it was a 1-out single to try to stretch it into a double. And whoever that was, it's got to be the number 3 hitter. But he got gunned down by the right fielder for the Royals. So now there's 2 outs and there's nobody on. That was, he's out by quite a bit. That was a really, really stupid effort. I get what you're trying to do, but in the 9th inning, you can't get thrown out there. You got to put the closer into some uncomfortable pitches. But the other game that you want to pay attention to tonight, if you're a Braves fan and you're looking at big picture kind of stuff, the Orioles are at the Athletics. They're probably not going to lose, but Kirk Gibson does stink. He's on the mound, so that's a late night. So basically, the games we're locked in on tonight, other than Braves and Giants at 7:20, we'll have it right here on Braves Country HD. They're 2 West Coast games. So that's what I'm going to do tonight. After the game, I'm going to sit back and watch Orioles and the Dodgers, and hopefully they get some losses. All right, let's take a real quick break.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have, and the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
Room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball. Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch by pitch, play by play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the San Francisco Giants, Lamont Wade Jr., playing first base, batting .258, 11 home runs, 33 RBI, 22 stolen bases. In center field, Wade Meckler, batting .300 on the year. The designated hitter is Wilmer Flores. Comes in batting .299 with 16 home runs and 41 RBI. In left field, a member of your Atlanta Braves 2021 World Championship team, Jock Peterson. He comes in batting .234, 11 home runs, 39 RBI. Michael Conforto is in right field, .249 on the year, 15 home runs, 55 RBI, and 4 stolen bases. J.D. Davis is the third baseman with a .245 average, 15 homers, and 56 RBIs. 1 stolen base on the year. Behind home plate, the hind catcher, Patrick Bailey, .263 average, 6 home runs, 39 RBI, and 1 stolen base. Brandon Crawford, the Gold Glove shortstop, batting .197, 6 home runs, 32 RBI, and 3 stolen bases. Tyro Estrada is batting ninth, batting .274, 10 home runs, 37 RBI, and 18 stolen bases. On the mound for the San Francisco Giants tonight, Alex Cobb. The right-hander is 6-4 with a 3.62 ERA, 1.37 WHIP, 121 2/3 innings pitched, 135 hits, 110 strikeouts, 32 walks, and 14 home runs given up. He'll be going head-to-head with Spencer Strider, who's 13-4 with a 3.75 ERA, 1.12 WHIP, 139 innings pitched, 217 strikeouts, 111 hits allowed, 45 walks, and 18 home runs given up. Backing up Spencer Strider on defense and coming to bat for your Atlanta Braves in the bottom of the first inning, Ronald Acuna Jr. Batting .335, 27 home runs, 73 RBI, and 55 stolen bases. Michael Harris II, patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, is batting .283, 11 home runs, 36 RBI, and 16 stolen bases. Austin Riley, batting third, playing third, batting .280 on the year, 29 home runs, 76 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Matt Olson, batting cleanup, .274 average, 43 home runs, 107 RBI, and a stolen base. Marcell Ozuna, designated hitter, batting fifth, .246 average, 24 home runs, and 60 RBI. And Eddie Rosario is in left field, 18 home runs, 57 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .249 average. Sean Murphy is behind home plate. The .276 average, 20 home runs, 64 RBI. Orlando Arcia, batting eighth with a .283 average, 13 home runs, 44 RBI, and a stolen base. And Nicky Lopez is batting ninth and playing second, .232 on the year, 1 home run, 21 RBI, and 5 stolen bases. Calling balls and strikes behind home plate, it'll be umpire John Lipka. At the first base bag, DJ Rayburn. Second base manned by Angel Hernandez. And down the third base line, it's James Hoyle. Atlanta Braves come in 78-42 on the year, 40-20 at home. Giants, 7 games over 500 and 29-29 on the road. Game time temperatures are expected to be in the mid-80s here in Atlanta, Georgia at Truist Park, which holds 41,149. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves Giants, game one of a 3-game set between two teams likely to clash in the postseason. Welcome in Braves country, the Atlanta Braves getting set to tangle with the San Francisco Giants. Atlanta is wearing their red Friday night red specials with the red jerseys and blue Braves across the chest, the red tomahawk, numbers in navy on the back, everything outlined in white. And Spencer Strider getting finished up with his last few warm-up tosses. We're just about set here in Braves country. So we'll set the screen up for you. It's Lamont Wade Jr. to lead this one off this evening. San Francisco's wearing their road grays. San Francisco in black, numbers in black, all outlined in orange. They'll have their black ball caps with the orange SF interlocked. Braves with the blue ball caps, red bills, and the red A. It's alumni weekend here in Atlanta. More on that in a bit. But it is baseball time in Braves country. The first pitch on the way from the Quad Father is a 97-mile-an-hour bean on the outside part of the plate. Right there for a strike. It's 0-1. Hope you're enjoying your Friday evening in Braves country. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball, top of the zone. Might have been a touch high, maybe even a touch wide, but we'll take it. Top shelf, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch to Wade, lefty-righty matchup. Swing and fouls it back 99 up top. It do it again. It's 0-2. They had the pregame ceremonies tonight. As the 0-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. Spencer Strider gets it going on a Friday night with a K to get us rocking and rolling here in Hotlanta, GA. Good pitch. One of the better changeups I've seen him throw. Really is starting to develop that. If he can get that pitch to do those types of things, he's going to be hard to beat. First pitch on the way, swung on, lifted high in the sky into deep center field, going back on the track, hitting the wall, but making the catch is Money Mike. Michael Harris II gets a long, loud out for out number 2. Good defensive play by Harris. He got a jump on that pretty quickly, ran it down. So 2 down. That'll bring the designated hitter Flores to the plate. Wilmer Flores, first pitch on the way, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 from Strider, rocks and fires. Fastball, 96 up top, 1-1. Braves nothing, Giants nothing, top of the first inning. If you're just joining us, game one of a 3-game series, game one of 6 over the next week or so. The 1-1 pitch down and away, 2-1. Braves and Giants square off here tonight, tomorrow night, 7:20, and then Sunday afternoon at 1:30 is the 2-1 pitch. Swing and bangs that down the left field line, past the third base bag, foul, and it's 2-2. Next week in San Francisco, late night pitches. We'll bring them all to you. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, banged on the ground over to Riley. Riley's got it at third. 5-3 putout will end the inning. So 3 up, 3 down. Braves will grab the bats. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Braves, wait a minute. To prevent from taking down any future videos, We have decided to no longer shoot any video in which we say or do anything offensive. Here is our latest video.
How was school? I had an English test and got an A.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Good job, son.
Thanks, Dad. Oh, have you seen my dress shoes?
Where you going now?
I'm going to church.
Praise Jesus.
Praise him every day.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Your favorite shot?
Favorite shot? I don't know. I had it last night. Lots of them. I think it's called the Picklehead, where it's a shot of Jameson with a little bit of pickle juice chaser, and it's the most wonderful and terrible thing I've ever had in my drinking life. Because once you take the shot, and then you take the pickle juice, there's no burn. There's absolutely no burn, right? And then you're like, well, shoot, yeah, it's just Kool-Aid at that point. It can lead to very bad things. Trust me.
Armchair.
It is ridiculous to pay ball players $2,000 a year, especially when the $800 boys often do just as well.
William A. Hulbert, a ruthless coal magnate who owned the Chicago White Stockings, became the National League's president. He immediately took steps to revive the reputation of the professional game. Players were forbidden to drink on the field or off. No beer was to be served on the grounds, and no games were to be played on Sunday. Power was to be invested in the owners, not the players.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, your Atlanta Braves. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. That ball is swung on and bang through the hole. Single into right field. And it's a leadoff pitch, leadoff single for Ronald Acuna Jr. Let's get it going on a Friday night. Ronald Acuna Jr. took that pitch on the outside part of the plate, just shot it into right field. They continue to play Ronald on a shift. Defenses do around the league. First pitch on the way to Michael Harris' second is swing and a miss, strike on the outer edge. It's 0-1. Though we normally don't pay attention to batting averages as much as we do OPS nowadays in Major League Baseball, I am paying attention to Ronald Acuna Jr.'s batting average versus Freddie Freeman's. He's just a few points off, and I'd like to see him catch Freddie Freeman in case there's any kind of argument of that for MVP. They toss it over to first to try to keep Acuna close by. You got an 0-1 count. The pitch on the way. Off the plate wide, 1-1. First pitch to Michael Harris was swung on and fouled away. Braves nothing, Giants nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 1-1 pitch. Lets it go. Swing, and that ball's lifted into right center field. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. He's heading for third, and the Braves got runners on the corners. Nobody out. And Austin Riley coming to the plate. How about that? Went down and got that one. Looked like the splitter on the outer part of the plate. Harris just went down and rocked it into right center. Center fielder Meckler did a great job of cutting it off, keeping it to go into the wall. So you got runners on the corners, nobody out, and Austin Riley standing in. Riley batting .280 with 29 homers, 76 RBI, and 853 OPS. Pitch on the way, swung on and fouled straight back behind the backstop. It's 0-1. Please smash that like. Let's get that sign down early tonight. You got the Falcons also playing a practice football game. We'll keep you up to date on that. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled away. It's 0-2. not expected to see many starters in that game, especially on the Cincinnati side. But we will keep you up to date on that as this game rolls along. Runners on the corners, nobody out. The 0-2 pitch. Cobb flips it over to first, trying to keep Harris close by. Harris was leaning, but got back in plenty of time. Standing on deck is Matt Olson. They can keep things going. Marcell Ozuna and Eddie Rosario. Braves would love to get out to an early lead on Cobb. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hammered down the left field line. Foul. We'll do it again at 0-2. He absolutely scalded that shot. Almost hit Acuna. Acuna had to leap, went behind him and in front of Ron Washington. So it was almost like a game of dodgeball. The 0-2 pitch on the way, misses outside wide. 1-2. Braves nothing, Giants nothing. Bottom of the first inning. The 1-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike three. Riley couldn't get the bat off his shoulders, 94 up top. He missed his target, but got the strike. One away. The hind catcher, Bailey, was actually setting up outside, trying to frame him up outside. The pitch missed way high. I'm sure the Giants will take it. That'll bring Matt Olson to the plate. Matt Olson leading the Major League Baseball with 107 RBI and 43 home runs, but a fly ball would score one here. First pitch on the way is a knuckle curve, misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on, hit right up the middle, off the shortstop, Crawford. Crawford juggles the ball, gets it to second base just in time for the force play for Harris, but because of the fumble, could not turn the double play. Matt Olson makes it down to first on the fielder's choice, and Ronald Acuna Jr. scores the first run of the game. It's 1-0. One nothing your score. Marcell Ozuna comes to the plate with a runner on first, 2 outs. The first pitch to Marcell swung on and hammered back foul behind home plate and into the crowd. It's 0-1. Good to see everybody in the chat tonight. Howdy, y'all. Those listening to us on radio, we're in 3 different cities tonight. A big howdy to y'all as well. The 0-1 pitch misses outside wide. It's 1-1. If you do want to join in the chat, find us on Braves Country on YouTube, youtube.com/Braves Country, or just look for Braves Country HD. We're here for pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. The 1-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it back out of play. It's 1-2. So Ozuna, who's got 24 home runs on the year, a 246 average, has been scalding hot recently, sits on a 1-2 count. He'd love to park one into the seats and make it 3-0. The 1-2 to Marcell, swung on. That ball is roasted up the middle. I mean, a sizzler up the gut, and it'll get down for a base hit. A worm burner. The center fielder, Meckler, will get it back into the infield quickly, but the Braves got runners on first and second and 2 outs, and Eddie Rosario coming to the plate. Good piece of hitting by Ozuna. Scalded that thing up the middle. We could really get one in here. Rosario could get into one, could really bust it open. The first pitch on the way. 86 miles an hour, top shelf on the intercut. It's 0-1. Righty-lefty matchup, Eddie Rosario up to 18 home runs now. 762 OPS, 57 RBI. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss up top. It's 0-2. You got Eddie Rosario at the plate. Standing on deck is Murphy. The 0-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball is hit into center field. It's going to get down. Here comes Olsen. They're waving around. Wash, waving him. He'll score, and your Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. Eddie Rosario comes through with an RBI single. Ozuna goes first to third on the play, and the Braves grab a 2-0 lead. That splitter is just hanging on Cobb early on tonight. He got underneath it. Splitter, much like the sinker, if it doesn't sink, if it doesn't get below the knees before it gets to the plate, it's usually very hittable pitch. Almost like a hanging change. So runners on the corners, 2 outs. Going to go out there and have a quick powwow with starting pitcher Alex Cobb. The hind catcher, Bailey, gets back behind home plate. He gives his greetings to his fellow backstop, Sean Murphy, coming to the plate. So Murphy with 20 home runs. The first pitch on the way. Inside, hits him. Another ball hits Sean Murphy, and Murphy will head down to first. He's bent over in some pain. I believe he's okay, but we'll have to see if they're going to check on him. He's slow to get all of his equipment. Got him right there in the ribs. Seriously doubt there was any ill intent. Murphy appears to be okay. He's a tough hombre. He's going to head back down. He's going to head down to first. Man, got him right in the rib cage. That could be a bad joint. Hopefully he's okay. I was hoping at first that it got a part of his back shoulder, but right in the rib cage. So bases loaded, 2 outs. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia floats a knuckle curve in there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Fastball misses out wide. It's 1-1. Braves 2. Giants nothing. The 1-1, bases juiced. Swing and fouls it away. 95 miles an hour up top. It's 1-2. So Arcia down to his last strike. It's a 1-2 count. He is really due. He's been scuffling down to 283. He was hitting 300 early last week. The 1-2 to Arcia, gets back in after calling his timeout, trying to add to his 44 RBIs on the year. The 1-2, wind up and lets it go. Swing and grounds it over to second. Should be playable. Grabbing it and flipping it over to first, and that'll end the inning. A 4-3 put out if you're scoring at home, but not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 2 on the board. It's 2-0. Hot Atlanta. We head to the top of the second.
Can I have the keys?
No!
You're out of my will!
You're out of my will! That's right. We'll see who croaks first.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I gotta remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest, on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and 1st Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker. and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? Giants and the Red Sox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacherite, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, cheers and gasps, dejection and wild exultation, recrimination and adoration, excuse and condemnation. Spalding died.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Jock Peterson steps to the plate, gets a small round of applause for the fans here in Atlanta who, of course, remember him from just a couple of years ago. Key piece in the World Championship Atlanta brought home. The first pitch on the way to Jock is inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Jock batting .234 with 11 home runs. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and fouls it back 97 right down the pipe, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch, 98 up top. Tried to get him to chase it high and off the plate. 2-1. Spencer Strider, 1-2-3 inning to start the game. The 2-1 pitch, inside, ball 3. So he works it on a 3-1 count. Figure Peterson will be sitting dead red with it in his favor. Righty-lefty matchup. 99 lets it fly. Just grabs the top of the zone. Good slider by Spencer. Full count now, 3-2. Peterson already had it in his mind. He was heading down to first, but that ball definitely grabbed the inside part of the zone. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 99 blew it right by him. Up and in, and there's one away. Man, oh man alive, did he put some mustard on that hot dog. That thing came up in his kitchen. Peterson was way behind it. Must have been looking for the off speed because that 99 got him way off balance. The first pitch on the way to Conforto is 99 out wide, well of the plate. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball. Top of the zone, 97. Evens up the count. 1-1. Spencer Strider, if you're counting at home, he's got 2 strikeouts so far through 1 1/3. The 1-1 pitch. 97, swung on and fouled back straight against the screen. It's 1-2. So a 1-2 count from Strider. Timeout taken by Conforto. The pitch on the way. Swing and taps off the plate. We'll do it again at 1-2. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Nowhere close to the zone. Conforto taken all the way. So you got a 2-2 count now. The pitch from Strider lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 99 miles an hour right down the line, and there's 2 away. Very similar to the strikeout on Jock Peterson. This one was a little lower, but it was right there on the inner quadrant. That is a tough pitch for a lefty to try to come around on. That'll bring J.D. Davis to the plate. J.D. takes his first hack at the first pitch he sees and fouls it back. It's 0-1. Braves lead it 2-0. Top of the second inning. Pitch on the way, 98 up top, 1-1. Braves scored 2 runs in the bottom of the first after a perfect inning by Strider. They got the 2 runs off of 4 base hits. The 1-1 pitch. 99 just kisses the outer edge. It's 1-2. RBIs, if you're scoring at home, were by Matt Olson and Eddie Rosario. Runs scored by Acuna and Olson. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Blew it right by him. The doors come flying off, and Spencer Strider strikes out the side. We'll be back in a flash.
We built him up to be the czar of football. Go dig into his past, or anybody that's ever coached with him, what he does and how he does it. And it's despicable. And I know the guy. Know him really well.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. The Steve Bartman incident was a very controversial play in which Bartman accidentally prevented a Cubs outfielder from catching a ball, which then spiraled into the Cubs losing the game and eventually the championship series. Cubs fans were livid with Bartman, but the actual Cubs team was apologetic. In fact, after winning it all in 2016, the Cubs decided to give Bartman a World Series ring.
Choose a yogurt that's right for you. With 2 grams of sugar per 5.3-ounce serving, Too Good Greek yogurt is too good to be true. So Delicious dairy-free yogurt and Silk yogurt alternatives are delicious plant-based swaps you can enjoy by the spoon or add to recipes. Oikos 000 yogurt and Light and Fit yogurt are tasty, non-fat yogurt options. So many flavors, varieties, and possibilities. Elevate any recipe and your everyday with yogurt.
First baseman Hal Chase, Prince Hal, was charming and skilled enough to have become one of baseball's most popular stars. But he was also so unabashed about consorting with gamblers that 3 different managers accused him of throwing game, and fans took to chanting, "What's the odds?" whenever he took the field.
Chase was a great fielding and decent hitting first baseman for the New York team in the American League. He was a gambler and he ran with the gambling crowd, and he lived very well on the winnings that he got from making errors when he needed to make errors. He was a scary figure, scary because he was tolerated, scary because of what he did, scary too because in 1916, as Christy Mathewson, the great Christian gentleman, is completing his career with the Cincinnati Reds, Chase is on that team, and Chase's open vituperative scorn for somebody who lived so well and so purely was beyond ugliness.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 2-0. Go back to work here in the bottom of the second inning. Nicky Lopez comes to the plate, righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way to Nicky is up top, 94 misses. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch inside, called for an inside strike. The 1-1 swing, and that ball is sawed off down the left field line. Just foul. It's 1-2. Lopez batting .232 with 1 home run on the year, 21 RBI, a .646 OPS. Filling in for the injured Ozzie Albies. They hope to have him back in early September. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 94 up top, blew him away in the top of the zone on the inside cut, and there's 1 away. Yeah, I've seen a few of them tonight already, Goat. So 1 down, and Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. It's always good news when your leadoff man sees his second at bat in the second inning. First pitch is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Acuna singled, scored a run in the first. The 1-0 drifts inside, 2-0. Trying to jam him, I think, is what the goal is by Cobb here. He's gone 2 pitches inside splitters. The 2-0 pitch just grabs the outer edge. Good knuckle curve. Just kissed the top of the caps, and it's 2-1. Cobb quickly back to work, working very quickly tonight. The 2-1 pitch. Down and away, 3-1. So he tried to hit that knuckle curve again. This time, couldn't find the touch, and Acuna's got a 3-1 count. The pitch on the way. Cobb lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Chase a splitter down off the zone over the plate. It's 3-2. Hard pitch to lay off there if you're Acuna. The pitch looks like a strike as it's coming in. You got to figure there's a good chance he sees that again, either that or that knuckle curve. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and grounded up the middle. Making the play is Crawford. He fires it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. Crawford to Wade, 2 away. Brandon Crawford had a bit of a resurgence at the plate a couple of years ago. He's really one of your better hitting shortstops, but all in all for his career, has really been known as a great glove man, one of the better defensive shortstops this generation has seen. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris II is a knuckle curve, just kisses the outside edge. It's 1-0. Harris, he's 1 for 1, singled in the first. 2 outs, the 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, 1-1. Alex Cobb up to 35 pitches. The 1-1. Lets it go. Swing and taps that foul off the plate. 1-2. Cobb, every once in a while, you'll notice he'll take a pause in his delivery. Very Nestor Cortez-like, where he's just trying to throw off the timing of the batter. The 1-2 to Harris. Swung on, and that ball's lifted high and deep into right center field. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Michael Harris. He's trucking around first. Here comes Michael Harris. He's heading for third. He is safe. And your Atlanta Braves have a 2-out triple here in the bottom of the second inning. Good piece of hitting by Money Mike. That pitch was actually off the plate, but it was another hanging splitter. Harris just grabbed it and yanked it in between right and center field. Harris in there easily. He did the foot first slide, but he probably could have got in there standing up. So 2 down, and Riley comes to the plate. The first pitch is inside, almost gets him. 1-0. Austin Riley, 0 for 1. He was a strikeout victim his first time up. The 1-0 pitch, inside, 2-0. Missed inside a few times, even hit Murphy with that sinker. Murphy appears to be okay, by the way. He did come back out to play in the field. The 2-0 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 2-1. 2-1. Swing and a miss. Out in front of that splitter. 2-2. So a 2-2 count. Cobb comes set. Runner on third. 2 outs. The 2-2 pitch. Sinker well down and in. Off the edge. 3-2. 3-2 pitch to Riley. On the way. Swung on and fouled back. Hits the backstop. So once again, it's a full count. This will be the 44th pitch for Cobb here in the second inning. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball is laced over towards left field. Will it get over? It'll get up against the wall. That'll score a run. Austin Riley slides into second for a 2-out double. Your Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0. Austin Riley pelted that ball over the left field, into the left field wall, over the head of the left fielder, Jock Peterson. Thought it had a chance to possibly get out, but slapped up against the wall. Good play by Peterson, by the way. Of course, he's no stranger to that outfield wall. He got it back in a hurry. Made that play a little closer than it probably should have been. The first pitch on the way to Matt Olson is high over the plate for a strike. A high strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, grounded up the middle, right into the teeth of the shift. It'll be a 4-3 putout to end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put another on the board. It's 3-0. Spencer Strider will go back to work.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Prince Fielder is one of the most memorable home run hitters in the recent past, whose career was unfortunately cut short. His father, Cecil Fielder, was also known for hitting home runs. Cecil finished his career with 319 home runs, and 18 years later, his son Prince also finished his career with 319 home runs.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov.
Alta Weiss was a doctor's daughter from Ragersville, Ohio, who began to pitch for boys' teams at the age of 14. At 17, she joined a men's semi-professional team.
Miss Weiss can easily lay claim to being the only one who can handle the ball from the pitcher's box in such style that some of the best semi-pros are made to fan the atmosphere. The Lorraine Times-Herald.
1,200 people turned out to see her make her professional debut. She gave up only 4 hits and a single run in 5 innings. Soon, special trains were being run out from Cleveland whenever she pitched, and thousands paid to see her play. In 1908, her father bought her a barnstorming semi-pro team, which he renamed the Weiss All-Stars. She eventually put herself through medical school with her earnings, practiced as a physician, and spent her last years sitting on her porch in Ohio, watching children play the game she loved. But it would be 4 decades before women finally got a chance to play in their own professional league.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball, Alumni Weekend here at Truist Park. All the old greats from the Atlanta Braves organization visiting. They do this every year, usually in August. First pitch on the way to Patrick Bailey, up top, swing and a miss from Spencer Strider. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, slider just misses inside. You could tell home plate umpire John Lipka wanted to ring him up, but he caught himself, and it's 1-1. Braves 3, Giants nothing. The 1-1 fastball right down the pipe. 1-2. Spencer Strider, if you're just joining us, struck out 1 in the first inning and then struck out the side in the second. The pitch on the way, 99, swung on and fouls it straight back. It's once again 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Spencer Strider on a roll. Strikes out another Giant. And there's one away. Spencer Strider struck out the leadoff man and then struck out Peterson, Conforto, Davis, and now Bailey. So 4 in a row. The first pitch on the way to Brandon Crawford is a swing and a miss strike. Looked like the slider pulled the string on that one. It's 0-1. Spencer quickly back to work. The 0-1 delivery. Slider just misses inside. 0-2. Braves scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second. The pitch on the way. Fastball just misses outside. Would have liked to have had that call, but definitely looked like it missed. So a 2-1 count to Crawford. Strider lets it fly. Swing and a miss. Slider inside, down below the knees towards the ankles on the righty-lefty matchup, and it evens up the count at 2-2. Spencer Strider. Outstanding performance last Saturday versus the Mets after a shaky outing in Pittsburgh. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and just got a piece of that. Kind of short swing that foul. Stay alive. We'll do it again. The 2-2 pitch from Strider. Swung on, pops it up, out of play. We'll do it again. You got a 2-2 count. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 98 miles an hour. Locomotive blowing down the line. And there's 2 away. Spencer Strider has now struck out 5 in a row, 6 total. So that'll bring Estrada to the plate. Estrada, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch is 98-mile-an-hour fastball, whistled down the right field line, plenty foul. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and lifts that high in the sky, drifting back on the track. Making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr., and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. Estrada's just happy he didn't strike out. We'll be back in a flash.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. At Fenway Park, which is the home of the Boston Red Sox, there is a lone red seat in the right field bleachers. The seat signifies the longest home run ever hit in the ballpark. The home run was hit by Ted Williams in 1946 and was officially measured at 502 feet. In 1985, third baseman Mike Schmidt criticized his own Philly fans for booing him by calling them uncontrollable and beyond help. Once he got back to Philadelphia, he was scared the fans would throw stuff at him on the field, so he decided to wear an outfit of a wig and sunglasses. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
Baseball is good, an honorable profession, a great challenge. It has blessed me, I blessed it, and it has blessed our country. Branch Rickey. He was born on an Ohio farm in 1881 and named Wesley Branch Rickey for John Wesley, the founder of his family's Methodist faith. He was a pious, hard-working boy who memorized scripture, taught himself Greek, Latin, and algebra, and promised his mother never to drink or swear or violate the Sabbath. But he was mad about baseball, learned to play in the backyard with a ball stitched by his mother, followed every move of the Cincinnati Reds, and became a good enough catcher with the Duck Run, Ohio team to consider a professional career. Still, the game was not a proper livelihood for a God-fearing young man, and so he abandoned baseball to teach school in Turkey Creek, Ohio. But Branch Rickey would one day become what one sports writer called the most original mind and the best organizer the game has ever produced. And in 1947, he would help make baseball, in truth, what it had always claimed to be, the national pastime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Mac Magee bringing you the action. Marcell Ozuna takes the first pitch from Alex Cobb down and over the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Misses with the splitter. Marcell Ozuna 1 for 1 with a single. The 1-0 pitch down and away. 2-0. Ozuna now batting .248 on the year with an .806 OPS. How about that? We all wanted to DFA him in April. The 2-0 pitch over the plate, but down. It's 3-0. The 3-0 on the way. Swing and dragged over to short, right to Crawford. He'll flip it over to first, and it's a 6-3 putout. Ozuna got over on the top of that pitch. Looked like it was the sinker. So that'll bring Eddie Rosario to the plate. Rosario, 1-for-1 with an RBI. The first pitch on the way to Eddie is down and away for a strike, a low wide strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1, high and inside, 1-1. One pitch swung on and lifted into center field. Coming in and making the catch is Meckler for a quick 2 outs. So 2 down. Rosario retired. Ozuna retired. That'll bring Sean Murphy, who got plunked in the ribs his last time up. Appears to be okay. The first pitch to Sean is well off the plate. Knuckle curve misses. It's 1-0. Cobb really could use this quick inning. He's at 54 pitches. You'd like to see the Braves make him work a little. The 1-0 pitch. Fastball right down the line for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch swung on and grounded over towards third, barehanding it, juggling it, kicking it, booting it. And Sean Murphy will be on first. We'll see how they score that. Would have been a tough play. It's a good opportunity there for the Braves to possibly take advantage of it. It looks like they're going to give it a base hit. Okay. Might have been a little home cooking there. The first pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Righty-righty matchup. Swing and grounds it down the third base line. Just foul. Third baseman Davis wanted to make up for that prior gaffe. He was pirouetting and spinning towards the third base dugout. It looked like Brooks Robinson in the 1969 series. He was about 7 feet foul. The 0-2 to Arcia. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. When Orlando struggles continue, but your Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Mouse, mice, right? House, heist. It makes sense, man. You right, bro. You all are making up words. These words you've never heard. Like, just because it rhymes doesn't make it a word. Like, listen, like, I don't understand. Like, we went to the same school. I don't know where we missed each other and how the lines acrossed. I don't know what happened. I don't. But listen, that's not a word. It's just house. So it's okay for you to make up words, but we can't. I'm not making up words. Look, I'm done, bro. Trying to help y'all grow, man. You teaching 5-year-olds me. I'm scared for our future.
It's very important that when you get in the batter's box to prepare to hit a baseball, you're fearless. You can't be scared of getting hit with the ball. If you're scared of getting hit with a ball, if you're back on your heels and a scout's watching in the stands, he's going to put a big X down by your name. It means you have no chance of ever becoming a baseball player. So don't be scared of getting hit with the ball. Look at it like this. If you get hit with the ball, you get to go to first base. That makes it faster to get around the home and score a run. So we're not scared. We're in the batter's box. Now, the next thing, we got to get a stance that feels comfortable to us. Don't try to copy my stance, or don't copy George Brett's stance or Wade Boggs' stance or Mike Schmidt's stance. Get the stance that's comfortable to you. I just happen to have a stance that's pretty well spread out because I hit off my back foot. And don't worry about how you stand or how you look. And I don't hit the ball on a plate. If I hit it over the plate, that's a foul ball. So you hit the ball out in front of the plate, 8 inches out in front of the plate. You have to hit the ball out in front in order to hit a fair ball.
My first memory of baseball is radio, listening on the car radio to Red Barber talking from Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. My father wanted to know how the games were going on. He was following Brooklyn. My mother and I was an only child, driving in the car, began to listen, I suppose, out of self-defense. And both of us, at about the same time, my mother and I, became caught up in the drama of the game.
DiMaggio swinging at the whistling line, drive to left center field. It's a base hit. It's taken on the second hop.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Give you a quick scoreboard update in the practice football game in Atlanta. The Falcons and Bengals are 0-0 in the second. First pitch on the way to Lamont Wade is a swing and a miss. Slider inside for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch in the dirt evens up the count 1-1. The 1-1 delivery from Strider. Down and away, 2-1. Looks like Bijan Robinson finally made his debut. He had 4 carries and 20 yards. The 2-1 pitch way inside, 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Pitch just misses inside, and it's the first base runner for the San Francisco Giants all night long. 3 perfect innings, and the 4th inning begins with a walk. Braves lead at 3-0. Lamont Wade, who struck out his first time up, reaches with the bases on balls. The pitch on the way to the number 2 hitter, Wade Meckler, grabs the top shelf for a strike. It's 0-1. Meckler batting .273. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way to Meckler, swung on and bangs that foul. It's 0-2. Wade Meckler, 23 years old. He looks much older if you see him on screen. If you're listening on radio, I know this doesn't do much justice, but I thought he was a journeyman. And then I pull up his stats earlier, and I was like, okay, 23-year-old out of Anaheim, California, drafted by the Giants in 2022 from Oregon State. Just came up recently. This is just his 12th at bat in his career. The 0-2 from Strider. Lets it fly. In the dirt. Good block by Murphy. Gets away, but out in front. The run will stay at bay. So you got a 1-2 count. The pitch on the way. Just below the knees. 97-mile-an-hour fastball. Two the count. Runner on first, nobody out. Wilmer Flores stands on deck. The 2-2. Swing and taps that off the plate. We'll do it again. The 2-2 from Strider. Righty-lefty matchup. Runner on first. Nobody out. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Number 7 on the night for Spencer Strider. And there's one away. So one down. And now one out. A double play could get us out of the jam. The first pitch on the way. Fastball, 98, misses up top outside. It's 1-0. Wilmer Flores, he grounded out in the first inning. He's got 16 home runs, 41 RBI. The pitch on the way to Flores gets away again in the dirt. Murphy jumps out there to keep Wade close by. Wade's going to stay put. It's 2-0. Wilmer Flores, 32-year-old from Venezuela. Started his career with the Mets, and if you remember famously, he was being traded by the Mets, started tearing up on the field, and then the trade got nixed, and he stayed with New York for a couple more seasons. One more memorable moments in trade history. He didn't want to leave the Mets organization, made a lot of good friends there. But he has found himself a home in San Fran. He's been out there for a handful of years now. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 98 up top. It's 2-2. I would have thought getting traded from the Mets would bring you tears of joy, but I guess not. I think Verlander and Scherzer have different ideas about that. The 2-2 pitch, down and away, 3-2. So you got a 3-2 count, runner on first. Atlanta leads it 3-0. Comes set. Spencer lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's roasted into left field, down for a base hit. Runners on first and second, one out. Lamont Wade's going to stop at second base. Ball was scalded, a one-hopper. Eddie Rosario was right there, so I'm sorry, more of a two-hopper. But Eddie Rosario was right there. Ball was hit hard right to him. Not much of a chance for him to go first to third from left field. That'll bring Jock Peterson to the plate, the tying run. Righty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way. Fastball just kisses the top of the zone. It's 0-1. Phillies lead the Nationals 6-2 in the fourth. Mets 1-0 over the Cardinals in the first. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled that down the line. It's 0-2. Some of your bigger games tonight around Major League Baseball with pennant race implications. Milwaukee and Texas, 0-0 in the first, along with Seattle and Houston. Twins and Pirates just getting underway. The 0-2 pitch in the dirt, 1-2. Earlier today, Detroit beat Cleveland, the first part of a doubleheader. Skubal was on the mound. They are in the third inning of the second part of the doubleheader. It's 0-0. Later on tonight, the games we want to keep an eye on, Miami and the Dodgers. We're actually Marlins fans tonight, as the Dodgers are now 4 games behind us for the best record in baseball and in the National League. The 1-2 pitch swung on and fouled that back. We'll do it again. It's 1-2. The other big game of the night of interest is also out west. Baltimore Orioles in action against Oakland. The pitch on the way, swung on that bit. Pitch is hit high and deep into right field. Coming in is Acuna. He'll make the catch. Wade will tag up at second, and they'll have runners on the corners and 2 outs. Good defensive play by Acuna. When Jock Peterson came around on it at first, I thought he might have given it a ride, but just got out in front of it and hooked it. So runners on the corners, 2 outs, and Michael Conforto comes to the plate. The pitch on the way, swung on, banged off the plate foul. It's 0-1. The last number I saw in the over-under for tonight was 9.5. I don't believe it moved, but I didn't check it. That was probably about an hour or so before the game. The 0-1 pitch swung on and tapped foul. 1-1. 0-2. Originally, it was a little lower than that. It started off this morning at 8.5, and I saw it creep up. The Braves were, I want to say, minus 230 on the money line the last time I saw. They were on the run line. It was a minus 115, which is a pretty low number. We had one gentleman in the chat during the 3 to 5 show said that he put, it was a really odd number, $1,100 and $11 and something cents on the Braves on the run line. I'm sure if we cover, he'll be back in here. The 0-2 pitch inside, 1-2. Earlier today, the Royals beat the Cubs. Cubs are in the heat of not only the NL Central race, but also the wild card race. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Spencer Strider gets number 8 and dances out of danger. We'll be back in a flash.
If I was a flight risk, I wouldn't even be here. I could be in another country this afternoon if I wanted to. I got friends who can create false passports.
All right, I apologize for my client, Your Honor.
Apologize for your client. Don't apologize for me. I didn't rob no bank, okay? I don't want everyone in here thinking I'm some kind of bank robber, okay? I don't need the money. I'm a drug dealer.
They had played 9 years together, and Big Papi never knew Dustin Pedroia's name.
He called me Pee-wee. Catcher comes over to me and goes, "Hey, what's up, Dustin?" I go, "Hey, what's up, man?" David walks over and goes, "What'd he call you?" And I go, "What?" He goes, "What'd he call you?" I said, "Dustin." He goes, "Why'd he call you that?" I go, "That's my name." He goes, "Oh, is that right?" I'm like, "Yeah, bro. I played 1,600 games with you. They've actually said it 5,000 times. Now batting, number 15, Dustin Pedroia." And he goes, "I thought it was Pee-wee." And I'm looking at him, I'm like, "You thought my parents would name me Pee-wee?"
Armchair.
After the 1934 season, Babe Ruth toured Japan with an all-star team. 500,000 fans turned out in Tokyo to cheer the mythic hero they called Babu Rusu. Babe's big bulk, reported the New York Times, today blotted out such unimportant things as international squabbles over oil and navies. "We like to believe," said the Sporting News, "that countries having a common interest in a great sport would rather fight it out on the diamond than on the battlefield." The Americans won 17 of 18 games. Ruth hit 13 home runs. But in one game, a high school boy named Eiji Sawamura struck out Ruth, Charlie Gehringer, Lou Gehrig, and Jimmy Fox before the Americans managed to get a single winning run. Sawamura became a national hero, and the tour sparked the formation of the first Japanese professional league.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Cobb to Nicky Lopez is high and outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Lopez struck out in the second. The 1-0 pitch up top for a strike. It's 1-1. The 1-1 down and in, 2-1. Lopez, who started out on fire his first few games with the Braves, has 0 for the last few days, trying to get him back off the schneid. The 2-1 to Nicky. Pitch on the way. Down and away, it's 2-1. 3-1, excuse me. Alex Cobb sitting at 63 pitches now, leading off the bottom of the fourth. The 3-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's grounded over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 putout to start the inning. So one down, but Ronald Acuna Jr. will come to the plate. Acuna got things started off to get the game going. First pitch sent it to right field for a single, came around to score. Ronald Acuna Jr., 1 for 2. The first pitch to Ronnie just clips the inside part of the zone up top. It's 0-1. Look like the slider. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball is laced into right field. Making a good running catch is Conforto for out number 2. Hit that ball pretty hard, slicing away towards the corner in right field, but Conforto, right place, right time, makes the catch. Two down. Michael Harris II comes to the plate. Harris takes the first pitch down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. 88-mile-an-hour splitter. The 1-0. Swing, and that ball is laced down the third baseline. That's going to get down for a base hit. That's going to be extra bases. Here comes Michael Harris II. He is pulling into second with a double. And if you're thinking about it, if you're tracking it, Michael Harris II is a home run away from the cycle. Harris just took the outside pitch and just slapped it against the teeth of the defense. He started the game off with a single, hit a triple, and now a double. That'll bring Austin Riley to the plate. Austin Riley takes a swing at the first pitch, and that's going to be an easy 6-3 putout. Riley down quickly, and that'll end the inning. Braves threaten but fail to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Of all the crazy baseball stats that we see like on a daily basis, this one right here has to take the cake. This is definitely one of those like, do we live in a simulation? Because history has just oddly repeated itself. Look at this. Through 403 career games, Vlad Guerrero Sr. had 87 home runs and an on-base percentage of 363. Okay, now Vlad Guerrero Jr. through the same 403 career games, 87 home runs, and an on-base percentage of 363. What the heck? The games, the home runs, that's one thing, but the on-base percentage, like down to the third decimal point, that is mind-blowing.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Why is baseball, you ask? Because it is like charity. It never faileth. It is always there except on wet grounds. And to the man who is too old to keep up with the attempt to civilize football, and too young to need so soothing a sedative as golf, who works hard when he works, who wants to rest hard when he rests, who wants a drama that is as full of surprises for the actors as it is for the audience, who wants a race that cannot be fixed like a horse race, who is so genuine and American that he wants something to kick about without meaning it, and something to yell about that everyone around him will think more of him for yelling about. To that man, baseball is the one great lifesaver in the good old summertime.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch on the way from Spencer Strider is a slider down and away for a strike, swing and a miss. To J.D. Davis, it's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch, try to get him to chase that slider again, 1-1. The 1-1 from Strider. Swing and bangs that over towards the right-hand side. Lopez has it, flips it over to first, and it's a 4-3 putout for out number 1. Spencer Strider, 4 1/3 innings so far, has given up just 1 hit. He's struck out 8. Just what the doctor ordered as the Braves talked about this in the pregame show. I felt like this could very well be the rubber match of the series because as the first pitch on the way from Strider is high and out of the zone for a ball, it's 1-0. The Braves will have the advantage on Sunday for sure with Max Fried on the mound, what could be a bullpen game for San Francisco. As the 1-0 pitch misses high and outside, 2-0. Tomorrow, it's the Giants' ace, Logan Webb, though he pitches much better at home. But he's on the mound versus Yanni Chirinos. The 2-0 pitch swung on and slapped back foul. It's 2-1. So with that being said, if you can assume you're going to win Sunday and a little leery about tomorrow, the decision on the series could be tonight. The 2-1 pitch swung on, popped up high in the sky, can of corn over by third, and Riley's got it for out number 2. The other good news for Spencer Strider is at 73 pitches, so pretty economical if he can get through this next batter pretty quickly. And for a strikeout pitcher, that's a very low number. Brandon Crawford comes to the plate. 196 batter, not having a great year at the plate. He does have 6 home runs. He's battled injuries. Righty-lefty matchup. The first pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. 98 up top. It's 0-1. The 0-1. Slider just grabs the inner top of the zone. Crawford doesn't like it. I can't say I can argue against that one. That one was definitely got the benefit of the doubt. It's 0-2. We'll take it, but it's one of those wry grins. You're like, all right. I guess we can't complain too much if we get a couple that go against us. I doubt I'll remember that, but we shouldn't complain. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Number 9 coming down the line. Braves lead at 3-0.
Here he comes again.
Hey, my nephew you've been talking about, he's 3 for 3
Is that right?
That's right.
You know what that sounds like?
What?
ThingsThatDidn'tHappen.com.
Really?
Yep. You know, baseball's not for everyone, man. You know, sign him up for karate or something. All I see is swinging at air.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by our mystery sponsor, a product that is so good that they're paying us to keep anyone from associating it with this program.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com now. That's waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana. Better water, better you.
It's the perfect time to start planning for your healthy, pest-free lawn with True Green, America's #1 lawn care company. True Green's science-based approach and local expertise will help give your lawn the year-round care it needs to be thick and weed-free. Go to truegreen.com/radio. Just call 866-946-5956 or go to truegreen.com/radio today and get a lawn to be proud of.
George Stallings was the manager of the Miracle Braves of 1914, who went from last place on July 4th to winning the pennant and eventually the World Series against the highly favored Athletics. But when he was dying, so the story goes, one of the would-be, soon-to-be mourners said, "George, what's killing you?" Stallings replied, "Bases on balls."
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. You smash that like. Do it lickety split like the Freeze. And the Freeze blew the doors off of whoever he was running against, man. Jeez. Some of these folks that think they can outrun the freeze, get out of here. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson, misses for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch misses high, ball 2-0. Braves 3, Giants nothing. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 93 up top. Just underneath it, it's 2-1. Braves lead at 3-0, scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second. 8 hits, but just 3 runs to show for it. The pitch on the way. Down and away, 3-1. Braves would love to jump on Cobb right here, get him out of the game, maybe get into that bullpen and really work that bullpen early in the series. Cobb at 73 pitches. The 3-1 delivery, lifts his leg and lets it go. Swing, and that ball's ripped into left field. Making the catch coming in is Jock Peterson. Kind of fading away from him, had to get on his horse a little bit, and there's one away. So 1 down, and Ozuna stands to the plate. Ozuna's 1 for 2. The first pitch on the way to Ozuna is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. It's a good idea, Mark. We should get we should go ahead and sign up underwater to chase the freeze. The 1-0 pitch, swing and pops it up. That should be easy playable into shallow center field. Making the catch is Meckler, and there's 1 away. Or, excuse me, 2 away. So 2 down. Braves got those early 3 runs and then have really been pretty quiet against Cobb. Cobb's actually had some pretty efficient innings. If he can get another quick out here, they'll probably roll him back out there for the 6th to try to save their pen. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario. Misses outside knuckle curve. It's 1-0. Time is called by Rosario. The pitch on the way to Rosario, inside for a strike. Good inner corner pitch. 92-mile-an-hour sinker. 1-1. Quickly back to work. Cobb flips up the 1-1 pitch and misses down and away. 2-1. So a 2-1 count to Eddie. Swing and fouls it straight back. 2-2. Rosario 1 for 2 with a single and RBI. Not that back way in the first inning, way back in the first inning. The 2-2 pitch, swung on, pops it up. Should be playable. It is. Crawford makes the catch, and 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country Baseball.
Listen, if you feed your kid frozen pizza or chicken nuggets for dinner, you are a terrible parent. I don't care what it takes. You take the time out and you put that in the microwave.
Today we're going to talk about the career of Rod Carew. He made his major league debut April 11th, 1967. He had a career-high 5 hits against Washington on May 8th, 1967. On May 20th, 1967, he became the first Minnesota Twins player to hit for the cycle. All of these things happened in his first 2 months in the major leagues. He was an 18-time All-Star. He only missed 1 All-Star game in his career. In 1969, he stole home 7 times. Only Ty Cobb has stolen home more in 1 season. He hit 300 or better from 1969 to 1983. He never struck out 100 times in a season. He won 7 batting titles in his career and 4 straight from 1972 to 1975. He would miss out on a 5th straight batting title by .002. He led the American League in hits 3 times in his career. Over his 19-year career, he batted .328, had 3,053 hits, scored 1,424 runs, stole 353 bases, and had a .393 on-base percentage. He also won an MVP award in 1977. He was elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame in 1991 with 90.5% of the vote.
America's entry into World War I was very near in the spring of 1917. Millions had died on battlefields in Europe, and Americans could no longer stand by. Baseball was eager to show that it was ready to do its part. Van Johnson ordered teams to learn close order drill, and the Washington Senators showed off their marching skill, led by the athletic young Assistant Secretary of the Navy, Franklin Delano Roosevelt.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Atlanta Braves. Lead this one 3-0. Spencer Strider goes back to work versus Estrada, number 9 hitter. He checks swings. They check down the first base line. DJ Rayburn says no dice. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch, slider at the bottom of the zone, just over the kneecaps, grabs the strike, 1-1. The 1-1 from Strider. Swing and fouls it back 97 miles an hour. 1-2. The 1-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. The 10th strikeout of the night. Spencer Strider absolutely dealing. And there's one away. Just went around on a check swing, but definitely offered at it. That strike was called by home plate umpire John Lipka. The first pitch on the way to the lead to the number 1 hitter in the Giants lineup, Lamont Wade Jr.'s high inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 swing and tap set foul off the plate. 1-2. One-two delivery from Strider, down and in. 2-2. The 2-2 or 2-1, excuse me. Fastball right there at the knees, called for a strike. 2-2. So he's gone 4-seam slider, and then back to the 4-seam. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it down the line, 98 miles an hour. We'll do it again at 2-2. One down. Spencer Strider at 85 pitches. May even be able to go 7, but we'll see how this inning unfolds. Spencer Strider, the 2-2 pitch, turns and deals, swing and tap set over towards third. Riley's got it, charges, fires it over to first, and it's a 5-3 put out. Him and Arcia were closing in on it after a leaping attempt by Strider off the mound. And Arcia gave way, which was a good decision because Arcia would have been going against his momentum. Riley, when he scooped it, was running straight towards the bag. So a good defensive play by Riley. 2 down here in the top of the 6th. Alumni weekend here in Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia. Put the poll up here in a second about your favorite Braves alumni that's still with us. You got a 2-0 count from Strider to Wade Meckler. The pitch on the way. Swing, and that ball's lifted into center field. Making the catches, Money Mike, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
We want to know what your plans are.
I've got some questions I want answers. What are you doing about moving out?
I don't know.
About Donna?
I don't know.
Your job?
I don't know.
Your future?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit you with I don't know.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
He never complained, never alibied. He was never known to criticize a teammate or call an opposing ball player lucky. He accepted his great success modestly and the many vicissitudes of his life in silence. He was easy to like and hard to know. New York World Telegram.
If Walter Johnson and Christy Mathewson had a challenger for the title of best pitcher in baseball, it was a troubled young right-hander named Grover Cleveland Alexander. A Nebraska farm boy, the son and grandson of alcoholics, and one of 13 children. He had honed his startling accuracy by hurling rocks to kill birds to help feed his family. He was a minor league star at 22 when a shortstop's throw to first hit him squarely between the eyes. He was unconscious for 2 days, then stricken with double vision. He kept throwing anyway, and after months of relentless work, his vision suddenly and mysteriously cleared, though he remained subject to epileptic seizures for the rest of his life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0. We got the poll up there, your favorite. Well, unfortunately, there was only room for 4 slots to put on the poll. There was a bunch that I thought of, but first pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is up top for a strike. It's 0-1. I didn't put any of the pitchers because we were looking for everyday players, but I mean, honestly, Javi Lopez is a good one as well. He was one of my favorites. I just didn't know how popular he was compared to the others. Sean Murphy hit by a pitch earlier. 1 for 1. He's got an 0-2 count on him after a strike looking at a fouled off slider. The 0-2 pitch just misses outside. Pretty good frame by Bailey, but it was off the plate. It's 1-2. The 1-2 pitch. Down and in, 2-2. We went with McGriff because he just went into the Hall of Fame, and then Chipper and Dale Murphy were obvious reasons why. Then Andrew Jones, I think he would have been a lot of folks' favorite. He probably would have been a little stronger if he hadn't left to go to L.A. The 2-2 pitch misses outside wide, 3-2. The 3-2 pitch, down and away, ball 4. So a full count. I mean, if you're talking about obscure ones, I would Mark Lemke. How do you not love Mark Lemke back in was that 90? Yeah, 92, where he got like smoking hot in the playoffs, and there was all these Mark Lemke for president signs everywhere. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. They only let you put 4 up there, and I didn't want to leave off what I think are the 4 obvious. The 2-0 pitch, down and in, 3-0. I know a lot of the ladies loved Javi Lopez. I know, I remember that. The 2-1 pitch, right there at the knees for a strike, 2-2. He was a heartthrob. Remember him and his wife were on a lot of like muscle type magazines. The 2-1 to Arcia, looking for his first hit. Swing and a miss. Man, he went fishing for that one. 2-2. Otis Nix. I'll tell you what, I was a big Deion Sanders fan too. I loved watching him play. I wish they could have kept him long term, but Sherholtz ran him off. The 2-2 pitch. On the way, 3-2. Ball gets away. Murphy, who doesn't have great wheels, will stay at first. John Smoltz still talks about how had they come back and won that World Series in 92, that Deion would have been MVP. Maddox is a pitcher, so he's obviously not on the list. The 3-2 pitch, swung on and tapped. Foul off the plate. We'll do it again at 3-2. I think my favorite memory of Deion was when they won the pennant. And Tim McCarver had been talking so much junk about Deion playing both football and baseball. And Deion came over and gave him the champagne shower, and McCarver got all bent out of shape. Real mature, Deion, real mature. All right, going, yeah, get him, Deion. So a 3-2 count to Arcia. Runner on first, nobody out. Swing, and that ball's tapped. Slow roller up the third base line. Good play by Cobb. He had to leap off the mound, plant his feet, and fire it over to first. So it is a 1-3 put out. Arcia was busting it down the line. They get the out, but Sean Murphy does move into scoring position, which would be a big insurance run if the Braves can get him across. Pretty impressive defensive play by Cobb. Three runs, 8 hits for your Atlanta Braves. No runs, 1 hit for the Giants. First pitch on the way to Nicky Lopez. It's fouled down the line. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and just over the top of that, it's 0-2. Yeah, Deion could do it all. He was a track star in college, too. The 0-2 pitch. High and inside. 1-2. You got a 1-2 count to Lopez. Runner on second. The pitch on the way. Swing, and fouls that down the line. 93 up top. Might have chased one a little bit out of the zone, but probably too close to take. Yeah, Dave Justice, I think he fell out of favor for many reasons in Braves country, but man, was that home run big in Game 6. The 1-2 pitch off the plate, splitter down and away, 2-2. The 2-2 righty-lefty matchup, pitch on the way, inside. Did he go around? They're going to check down the third baseline. He did not. So third base umpire James Hoyce said he did not go around. We got a full count to Nicky Lopez, trying to find any way to get on. If he can fight his way on, Ronald Acuna Jr. stands on deck. The pitch on the way. Inside, ball 4, and the Braves have first and second. 1 out, and Acuna coming to the plate. So that'll bring Acuna to the plate. They're going out there and talk to him. Talk to Cobb. I thought they might be out there making a pitching change, but instead they're going to let him face Acuna. There's one down. Meanwhile, Cobb is at 101 pitches. This is a bit of a roll of the dice. We'll see how it plays out. Hank Aaron did win a World Series. The first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. Swing and a miss strike at the top of the zone inside. It's 0-1. Hammer and Hank and the boys won the series in 57 against the Yankees. Braves 3, Giants nothing. The 0-1 swung on, grounded over to third, and it's going to be, are you kidding me, a 5-4-3. No, he beats it out. Acuna beats out the possible double play. So Lopez is down at second. Acuna keeps the inning alive by hustling through the play. We've got runners on the corners. There are 2 out, but that could have been the inning. It was a fairly sharply hit ball. The third baseman, Davis, had to back up because he was going to get a funny hop, so that might have been the difference in Acuna beating it out. Hey, why? Trust me, it was before my time too, man. Don't do that to me. I'm not quite that old. We're going to get a pitching change. The lefty's coming out of the pen. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Isn't that just like a wop? Brings a knife to a gunfight.
We live in a world now that welcomes and nurtures the screwball in all of us. Hey, time to get a little nutty. Treat yourself to Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey, a smooth flavor that combines 2 of America's favorites, peanut butter and American whiskey. So no more social awkwardness. Time to embrace who you truly are. Get out there and make friends. And be sure it starts with Screwball Peanut Butter Whiskey. It's available nearly everywhere. Learn more at screwballwhiskey.com. Please enjoy responsibly.
Cause he's the armchair quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. He's the all-American man.
My number 3 that I can't go cheap on, cereal.
Oh, yeah. There's a couple of kinds that you can do, but if you're talking about, like, don't ever try to do the generic Frosted Flakes.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's like soggy before you even pour the milk on it.
It's before you even open the bag. It's soggy. You're like, how'd that happen? It came with its own liquid.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Baseball has fallen. Yes, the national game has become degraded. At certain match games, large amounts of money changed hands among the spectatorry. A noted New York club is said to have sold the results of a match. Barked chins and broken fingers may be easily mended, but a disfigured reputation may never be entirely repaired. Once more, abandon the bat, boys, if you cannot keep the game pure.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from the left-hander coming into the game, Scott Alexander, is right there for a strike against Harris. It's 0-1. Alexander comes in with a 4.10 ERA, but is much more effective against lefties. Pitch on the way to Harris. 0-1, misses up high. It's 1-1. The 1-1 flips it over to first to keep Acuna close by. Scott Alexander, 34-year-old from Santa Rosa, California. Pitch on the way to Harris is swung on, grounded up the middle. That's going to dribble through for a base hit. Sean Murphy will score, and your Atlanta Braves take a 4-0 lead. Ball just got past the second baseman. About a 3-hopper through the infield. A classic hit them where they ain't. Just in between second and short. Scott Alexander, by the way, brothers of Jason Alexander, not George Costanza, but the relief pitcher that pitched in Milwaukee. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley's down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. I'd like to see Austin Riley go out there and really wake up. He's been scuffling a little bit here the last few nights. Base hit might get him rolling. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on, taps it foul off the plate. It's 1-1. Braves lead at 4-0. We scored 1 in the second, 2 in the first, and 1 more here in the sixth. 4 runs, 9 hits, no errors for your Atlanta Braves. Riley got a double in the second. 29 home runs, 77 RBI. The pitch on the way. And runner is off and going, and the throw is up the line. Harris has second stolen with ease. We got runners on second and third now, and 2 outs. A single here by Riley could bust this open. Acuna thought about going, but really didn't give much of an effort to go. He'd have been dead meat if he would have tried. Harris, head first slide, and the throw was well up the line. The 2-1 pitch in the dirt. Ball 3-1. So you do wonder if now Alexander will pitch around Riley with the left-hander Olsen on deck. Not that you want to load the bases with the man who leads home Major League Baseball. That's exactly what he's going to do. They're going to automatically walk Riley to get to the man that leads the National League, leads Major League Baseball in home runs and RBI. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see how it works out. Bases loaded. 2 outs. The first pitch on the way. Swing! And that ball's belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Making the catch at the wall is Meckler. And that was almost a humdinger. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead it 4-0.
Why would I spend $7 to see a movie that I could watch on TV?
Well, why go to a fine restaurant when you can just stick something in the microwave? Why go to the park and fly a kite when you can just pop a pill?
That's the sound of NyQuil Severe hard at work. NyQuil Severe is the best sleep with a cold medicine. No tossing and turning, just rest and recovery. So you're ready to take on tomorrow. For powerful relief of your worst cold and flu symptoms, try NyQuil Severe. The nighttime sniffling, sneezing, coughing, aching, stuffy head, best sleep with a cold medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The winning run of Ozzie Albies. He got a pretty good jump and flew under the tag, picked the perfect pitch to go on. In Atlanta, a single could win this game. Austin Riley stands at the plate. Peterson is on deck. Here's the swung on. It is roped down the line. It's going to rattle around. And oh, baby boy, here comes Ozzie Albies. He's going to score. The Braves walk it off in fine fashion. Oh, my word, the first pitch, and it is absolutely Scooby-Doo down the line.
That's so interesting that it would come out 90 feet. That somebody sat down, Mr. Cartwright or whoever, and said, hey, it ought to be 90 feet. It just sounded like a logical number. The fact of the matter is, in retrospect, if it were 88 feet, the game would be very different. Think of the plays at first base. Think of the double plays that wouldn't be completed. If it were 94 feet, we'd be throwing people out all over the place. Batting averages would drop remarkably.
YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way from Spencer Strider, they're going to say that hit Wilmer Flores. He heads down to first. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Must have just barely nicked him because he doesn't look phased at all. 96 on the elbow would smart a little bit, I would think. Yeah, the other thing we're watching now, too, the Braves can get some base hits in the 7th and 8th inning. We could bring Michael Harris up to the plate again to get a chance at the cycle. So 1 on, nobody out. Jock Peterson digs in. The first pitch is swung on and fouled straight back. It's 0-1. Peterson's 0 for 2. Spencer Strider is 91 pitches into the night. Keep an eye on that as it goes along. It's about that time to turn back time. We'll try to squeeze these in as we go along. The 0-1 pitch right there for a strike. Slider nips the outer edge. It's 0-1. 0-2, excuse me. On this date, 1910, Rickwood Field, the first concrete and steel ballpark in the minor leagues. As the 0-2 pitch swung on, pops it up. Should be easy, should be playable. Arcia drifts back, makes the catch, and there's one away. On this date, 1910, Rickwood Field, most of y'all are probably familiar with this. The first concrete and steel ballpark in the minor leagues opens in Birmingham, Alabama, with the hometown Barons scoring 2 runs in the bottom of the 9th inning in their 3-2 walk-off victory over Montgomery. The landmark in Alabama, which will become the country's oldest surviving professional baseball park, as the first pitch on the way to Conforto is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Is well attended by citizens of the booming iron and steel town, often drawing standing room only crowds, over 10,000 fans in the first decade of its existence. The 1-0 pitch, right there for a strike, 95 on the outer edge. 1-1. Michael Conforto 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Righty-lefty matchup, the 0-1. A 1-1, runner on first, 1 out. Swing and a miss, 96 out wide. It's 1-2. On this date, 1915, Boston defeats the Cardinals. The Boston Braves defeat the Cardinals in their debut at Boston Braves Field, 3-1. The concrete and steel facility, which took 5 months to construct, as the pitch on the way, swung on, grounded over to second, and it's going to be a 4-6-3 double play. We'll head to the bottom of the 9th. We'll come back and finish the rest of that later. Get up and stretch, Braves country.
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me through.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Braves lead it 4-0. We wait for the action to return. Turn back time, 1915, Boston defeats the Cardinals at Braves Field. The Braves' new concrete and steel facility, which took 5 months to construct, becomes the first ballpark to seat more than 40,000 fans. That was in Boston in 1915. And on this date, 1967, Jack Hamilton, fastball shatters Tony Canigliera's left cheekbone. The 22-year-old Red Sox slugger will miss the rest of the 67 season and all next year, never coming close to the Hall of Fame potential he was once displaying in his first 3 seasons. Coming in now is Luke Jackson. I think we remember him. Luke Jackson coming on. He'll come in to face your Atlanta Braves now. Man, is that weird, seeing Luke Jackson on the other side. Luke Jackson, and weird enough seeing Jock Peterson, but Luke being one of our own that was, I know he had mixed results with the fans, but when he was on, he was elite. Luke Jackson coming on for the San Francisco Giants in relief. 31-year-old, a 2.5 ERA in 18 innings. Hard-throwing right-hander, flips the first pitch, swing, and fouls it straight back from Marcell Ozuna. It's 0-1. Jackson, of course, had season-ending surgery in 2022, just making his way back this year. Surgery took place just before the season began in 2022. Pitch on the way from Jackson. The 0-1 pitch misses outside wide, 1-1. Luke's from Fort Lauderdale, Florida, nicknamed the Skywalker, as everyone probably remembers. Of course, he was a part of that night shift. The 1-1 pitch, down and in, 2-1. On this date, 1998, Greg Maddux of the Atlanta Braves wins his 200th career game, beating the Giants at Turner Field 8-4. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss by Marcell. It's 2-2. In a contest where all of Atlanta's 9 hits are doubles, the 33-year-old all-star hurler will finish his 23-year career with 355 wins, heading to the Hall of Fame. And that's your turn back time for August 18th in Major League Baseball. The 2-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, slider off the plate. Strike 3, and there's one away. Knew there wasn't much of a chance of it happening, but when the Giants got off to such a good start, but I was hoping there was a way that Jackson could end up back in a Braves uniform at the trading deadline this year, but that was not going to happen once the Giants got out to a hot start. First pitch on the way to Eddie Rosario is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch swung on, and that ball's going to get lifted down into center field, down for a base hit, and Eddie Rosario's got something going here in the bottom of the 7th. Good piece of hitting by Eddie. Braves 4, Giants nothing. 4 runs, 10 hits, no errors. In a game that feels like they've dominated with the Giants just 1 hit, 4 runs in today's game really isn't safe. First pitch on the way to Sean Murphy is down and way for a ball. It's 1-0. Starting off Murphy with the slider. Murphy's been hit by a pitch, a single, a walk, a run scored. It's been busy on the base paths tonight. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled back 95 miles an hour right up there in his kitchen. It's 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Jackson comes set and lets it go. Down and in, slider. 2-1. Just 6 likes away from getting that off the screen. Likes and subscribes, they do not cost a thing. I promise you nothing bad is going to happen if you smash that like and subscribe. The 2-1 pitch. Jackson lets it go. Swing and a miss, 2-2. Nice slider. Pittsburgh and the Twins are tied at 0 apiece in the 4th on your out-of-town scoreboard. Detroit leads Cleveland 1-0 in the 7th. That would be a punch to the gut for Cleveland if they get swept at home on a doubleheader by the Tigers while they're trying to chase down Minnesota. The 1-0 pitch, down and in, 2-0. Toronto and Cincinnati are scoreless. That is unbelievable. In the top of the 9th, in that bandbox with those two offenses, you'd have thought that ball would have been flying out. Washington has come back and taken an 8-6 lead over Philly in the 7th. Red Sox and Yankees 7-1 in the 7th. Boston. The 3-2 pitch. They're going to say that he went around for a strikeout. The pitch looked inside. I guess he went around. I'd like to see the side view of that. If he did, he barely moved that bat. I don't think he was calling that an inside strike. I think he was saying he went around. First pitch on the way to Orlando Arcia is fouled down the third base line. It's 0-1. If you're watching it on the Braves cast, they were showing where the pitch was as if it drifted in off the plate, which it did. But the way the home plate umpire motioned, it looked like that he was saying that he went around. The 0-1 pitch, down away for a ball, 1-1, and they throw it down to first to try to keep Eddie Rosario safe. Almost caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. Eddie got back just in time. A good throw by Bailey. Bailey really has shown to have some pretty good defensive skills tonight. Good swim move by Rosario on the back part of the base. I mean, that is a backdoor slide if I ever saw one. Nifty slide by Rosario to stay alive over there. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled it straight back. It's 1-2. Eddie Rosario is so up and he's so hot and cold with this. I almost want him to get cold and warm up right before we hit October. He has peaks and valleys like no other. I was looking at the year that he hit 30 home runs. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt gets away. Eddie is hauling it down to second, and he is safe with a feet first slide. Good base running by Eddie. As he sends down to second base. Ball got away, and he didn't hesitate. Bounced in the dirt, then off the chest protector of Bailey. Bailey had to throw off balance and fired a strike right there to second. Made it a lot closer than I expected it to be. Another good slide by Eddie on the back part of the base. So you got a 2-2 count. Rosario now in scoring position. The pitch on the way. In the dirt, ball 3-2. Full count to Arcia. You do wonder how many good pitches RC is going to see with Lopez standing behind him in the lineup now. He's got to be aware that they're going to be trying to get him to chase. The 3-2 to Orlando. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. Ball 4. So they did get him to try and chase Orlando. Good take. That was a pretty good slider by Luke Jackson. Danced off the zone and just off the plate. You got runners on first and second and 2 out. They're going to run out there and talk to Jackson real quick. While they do that, we'll go ahead and hit that scoreboard again. Your out-of-town scoreboard. The Twins lead Pittsburgh now 2-0. That game is in the 4th. Detroit 1-0 over Cleveland in the 7th. Still 0-0 tie with Toronto and Cincinnati in the 9th. Washington 8-6 over Philly. That's in the 7th. Boston 7-1 over the Yankees in the 8th. Milwaukee 3-0 over Texas in the 4th. Seattle 1-0 over Houston in the 5th. Mets lead the Cardinals 2-0. Colorado 5-1 over the White Sox. The first pitch on the way to Nicky Lopez is right there for a ball. It's 1-0. Colorado 5-1 over the White Sox in the 3rd, and then Tampa Bay and the Angels, along with Arizona and San Diego, are just warming up. The 1-0 pitch to Lopez off the plate wide, 2-0. Other games that haven't yet started will start in about a half hour. Baltimore at Oakland. The Dodgers host the Marlins. We are Marlins and Athletics fans tonight, as those are the two closest teams to us for best record in baseball. Time is called by home plate umpire. Not sure what the issue was, but he called time, and now we're back to work. The 2-0 pitch. Just clips the top of the zone slider across the plate for a strike. It's 2-1. Lopez has to figure that he's going to see a pitch here. They do not want to load the bases with Acuna standing on deck. Guy's going to see the best pitches in the lineup is standing at the plate right now. The 2-1 pitch off the plate wide. They're going to throw down to second, try to keep. Almost caught Eddie Rosario napping. Good throw by Bailey. He was back in time. So a 3-1 count. Pitch on the way. Just clips the outer part of the zone. Slider taken. 3-2. So the bad news is that was a strike. The good news is the runners will be on the move. The 3-2 pitch. Runners go. Off the plate wide, ball 4. The bases are loaded. Ronald Acuna Jr. coming to the plate. Looks like we hit the like number, so thank you, y'all. Thanks for smashing that like. Up over the century mark. First pitch on the way to Acuna, swung on and taps that foul into the infield off the plate. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Giants nothing. A base hit here could blow it wide open. The pitch on the way inside. 1-1. You got Rosario standing at third. So anything that gets away should score him. The 1-1 pitch swung on, bangs that foul off the plate. 1-2. Chase the slider just below the knees. Murphy would be running at the crack of the bat, so he would probably score on anything that got down in the outfield. And Nicky Lopez, with good speed, would score anything that gets in the gap. The 1-2 pitch. Rocks and fires in the dirt. Good take by Acuna. Tried to get him to chase that slider away. 2-2. Luke Jackson. 18th appearance since coming back from Tommy John surgery. Signed a 1-year deal in the offseason with the Giants. The 2-2 pitch. Caught looking, strike 3. 94 right there at the kneecaps, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten but fail to add on. We'll head to the top of the 8th inning. The Braves lead it 4-0.
I was going to Columbia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman, like you.
A psychiatrist?
And I have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
You want to run tonight, son, or you want to act like a rabbit? You want to run or you want to duck down? You want to duck, just go over there and get under the bench and stay there.
Big news and the big games covered in the Big Ten all year long.
Third down and about 22. As Smith drops the throw, he's got his tight end open, but he's got Carter downfield, and he's gone. Michigan leads the game with a first touchdown on a bullet, a bomb. The Carter, 71 yards. Now State's lead 7-3. There he goes. So long. Ohio State touchdown. That's that old 1-2 punch. You make to him the first time and then have it the second time.
In his career, Lorenzo White 15 times rushed for 100 yards in a half. 5 of those this season. On 2nd and 10.
Long throw to Ryson, and he's open. All the way to the 6-yard line.
Big Ten football covered in the Southeast.
After a spectacular early season in 1877, the Louisville Grays of the new National League mysteriously lost 7 games in a row. Players bobbled the ball, seemed to slow between bases, swung suspiciously wide. The Grays lost the pennant. Afterwards, some were seen wearing fancy clothes and diamond stick pins. An investigation revealed that gamblers had bought off 4 players, including one of the National League's greatest pitchers, the popular Jim Devlin. When confronted with the evidence, Devlin confessed.
Was introduced to a man named McLeod, who said when I wanted to make a little money to let him know was to use the word sash in telegraphing, and he would know what was meant. We made a contract to throw a game in Indianapolis, received $100 from McLeod for it, and gave it to my wife.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball, the Atlanta Braves. Back to action. The first pitch on the way from Jimenez looks like they hit the leadoff batter. Davis. Oh, he did not try to get out of the way of that one, that's for sure. He knew it was coming. He kind of jetted his elbow out there. So 1 on, nobody out. Joe Jimenez coming in for Spencer Strider, whose night is done. More on that in a second. First pitch on the way. To the next hitter, Patrick Bailey, is a fastball top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. Spencer Strider, 7 innings, 10 strikeouts, 1 hit, 1 walk. Outstanding outing for Strider. 0-1 pitch misses. 98-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 righty-lefty pitch just below the knees, 2-1. Jimenez struggling a little bit here coming out of the gates. Ground ball could get this back in order. The 2-1 pitch. Braves are in double play depth. Fastball right there at the knees on the outer edge. It's 2-2. You got Patrick Bailey on deck as Crawford. In the hole is Estrada. The 2-2. Pitch on the way. Swing and a hammered into right field. 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Got too much of the plate. Acuna's on it. Bobbles it for a second, but runners will be on first and second. Nobody out. Just the second hit of the night for the San Francisco Giants. Brandon Crawford comes to the plate. He's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. The tying run is now in the hole. First pitch on the way to Crawford. Swung on and popped up. Foul back out of play. It's 0-1. You may see San Francisco go to some pinch hitting in the bench. Well versed at that. They will play the percentages. They will grab their platoon guys in late inning situations. The 0-1 pitch swung on and fouled it down the line. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup. Runners on first and second. Nobody out. Jimenez lifts and flies. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Got him. Blew it right by him. And there's one away. That'll bring Tyro Estrada to the plate. Estrada is 0 for 2, righty-righty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball's lifted into left field. Going back, making the catch is Eddie Rosario towards the gap. Gets the ball back into the infield. The runners have to retreat. And it is a very quick out number 2. Good defensive play by Rosario. Not much of a chance to pick anybody off with his momentum going the other way. So good job just to get it back into the infield. And Brian Snitker's going to come to the mound. You know what that means. We're getting a pitching change. Lamont Wade is due up, and A.J. Minter is coming into the game. The bullpen doors open, and here comes A.J.
Sit sharp. I'm not playing your stupid game.
You can't go cheap on the TP. So I'm going to throw the honorable mention of diapers. You can go to a lesser name brand and there's a median there. Store brand diapers, garbage. You will have more blowouts and cleanups than you will know what to do with.
Are you willing
It
to
is
go,
not worth saving the dollar.
Are you willing to go to cloth diapers to save money?
No.
Does anybody still do that? What a terrible idea.
Yes. Yes.
Do they?
There are people. Yes.
That's such
and
a
they need
terrible
hug me
idea.
jackets. They have lost their mind. There's no way I would process that thing through my washing
Why would I want?
and then ever wear anything out of it again.
I mean, if someone drizzles on my shoes in the men's room, I'm throwing them out. I don't want a full-blown episode and go, well, we can reuse those. Don't throw them out. Who came up with that idea?
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
For the first time, to the shock of the baseball community, he paid each player a salary. The highest paid was Harry's brother George, the shortstop, who received a considerable sum of $1,400 a season, 7 times the average working man's wage.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. AJ Minter comes into the game. AJ will now face the right-hander Austin Slater as they pinch hit for Lamont Wade. The first pitch down and in to Slater. It's 1-0. Austin Slater, 30-year-old from Jacksonville, Florida. The pitch on the way, fastball right there at the knees. It's 1-1. Drafted by the Giants in 2014. Slater's batting .252 on the year with 5 home runs. 720 OPS. The pitch on the way, swung on. That ball is lifted into center field. Drifting back, making the catch is Michael Harris a second, and that'll end the inning. So A.J. Minter, just like everyone expected, slammed the door. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
My pronouns are USA. Who exactly started telling people that what birthday parties looked like in the 80s? First of all, we didn't have birthday parties in the 80s. We were lucky if our parents remembered our birthday. Growing up in Gen X, you had at least one birthday that your parents just completely forgot. Once in a while, there'd be a kid in your class who was having his birthday party at McDonald's. Your whole class was invited. Like, even the kid that eats glue that nobody likes got to come. We did not have the same McDonald's that kids have today. We had a slide that was the temperature of Satan's ass and this burger prison. And the floor was all these little rocks that would get in your shoe and, like, stab your foot. There was no point in taking it out because they were going to get right back in there. You always had one stupid kid in your class that would just pick up a handful of rocks and, like, zing them at your face. Nobody cared. Our parents weren't watching. It was anarchy out there. When it was time to eat, we would sit down and get our Happy Meals, and they'd be placed, like, right next to ashtrays because our moms just chain smoked Virginia Slims the whole time we were there. Number one best part of a McDonald's birthday in the 80s, unlimited orange drink. And if you were the kid that had that party, your status symbol in that elementary school went...
My family and other families in the South, religious families, would not allow us to play on Sunday. We had to go to church on Sunday, not play baseball. But they would have Saturday games at these churches out in the fields, and the whole community would turn out to see them play.
It was the era of dress up. It was that era. See, the men have on ties, hats. The ladies had on their fine dresses. In our baseball, a Sunday baseball, in our faith, Methodist, Baptist, or whatnot, 11 o'clock service on Sunday. But when the Monarchs in town or when the East-West game was on, they started church at 10 o'clock. So they could get out an hour earlier so they could come to the ball game. So they got on their finery coming from church and came straight to the ball game, looking pretty. Yes, we loved it.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. You missed the Falcons game tonight. You missed nothing. It's 10-6 in the third quarter. Snore. Giants lead the Panthers 21-12. Went to watch the replay of the Falcons game. I guess they played last Friday night, so Saturday morning. So I saw it was 19-6. Wanted to see what I missed. I was like, my God, this is the most dull thing I've watched in my life. The final two scores happened with like a couple of minutes left, a defensive and special teams touchdown. What a waste of time practice football is to watch. The first pitch on the way to Michael Harris, the second, swung on and banged off the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. I told myself I wasn't going to watch any this weekend, but I know I'll end up flipping over there because I want to see Bijan Robinson or whatnot. The 0-1 pitch. Inside, 1-1. Harris, 4 for 4, 2 singles, a triple, a double, an RBI. If he takes one out, it's a cycle. The 1-1 in the dirt, 2-1. Anything close to the plate, you've got to swing at it, Michael. You cannot take a walk. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Slider, nasty diving slider over the plate by Tristan Beck, who's the new pitcher, 2-2. So Michael Harris, the second, down to his last strike. Everybody knows what's on the line in the stadium. The 2-2 pitch, swing and dribbled over to second. It's going to be a 4-3 putout, and he will just miss the cycle tonight, assuming that's it. And there's one away. We hope that's it. If he goes back up to bat again, it probably means that we are in extra innings. So one down. Austin Riley comes to the plate. Riley, righty-righty matchup. First pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it out of play. It's 0-1. Austin Riley, 1 for 3. Double, intentional walk, and RBI. The pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. Braves and Giants back at it tomorrow night. We'll have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play. 7:20 right here. The pitch on the way to Riley off the plate. 1-2. The heart of the San Francisco Giants order is due up in the 9th inning. So it's not over yet. The 1-2 pitch. High and out of the zone. 2-2. 4-seam fastball, about letter high. It was over the plate, but definitely well out of the zone. The 2-2 offering from Tristan Beck. Lets it go. Just misses outside, trying to get a chase that sweeper. It's 3-2. So you got a 3-2 count to Riley. Matt Olson stands on deck. The pitch on the way. Beck lets it fly. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with the slider, and there's 2 away. Cincinnati ended up winning that game against Toronto 1-0, bottom of the 9th. Washington leads Philadelphia 8-6. That was Michael Lorenzen on the mound tonight, too. I believe that was his first start since the no-no. They gave him an extra couple of days off. First pitch on the way to Matt Olson is right there for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1. High and out of the zone, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch. Off the plate, wide, nowhere near the zone. Pitching around Olson, ball 2-1. All 3 pitches have been outside. One of them barely touching the corner of the zone. 2-1 pitch, misses high, 3-1. So he's absolutely pitching around Olson. Standing on deck is Marcell Ozuna. The pitch on the way. Swing and fouls it back. Three and 2. So I just saw the box score of the Phillies game. The pitch on the way. Caught looking, strike 3. Matt Olson got caught with the slider at the top of the zone on the outer edge. You can argue it either way, but too close to take. That'll end the inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Ed's Almost Good Beer. Remember, Ed's Almost Good Beer was brewed in God's country when God wasn't looking.
I'm not audible. If I'm audible, I'll use Omaha! Omaha! Red Polly! Red Polly! Blue Poncho! Blue Poncho! Dilly! Rambo! Rambo! Give me Kershaw here, Kershaw!
You're listening to the Armchair Quarterbacks.
Stop, Japan! Richmond, New York! Richmond, Florida! Sally, Buffalo! Check! Hey, Short Ox! Ludo Raiders! Red Lion! Omaha! Time out!
Oh, wow, I'm pretty sure that's going to be there it is. Another flag on the play.
Multiple flags on the play. Holding. Offense number 97. That penalty was declined. Touchdown. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 22. Penalty will be applied to the kickoff.
This is going to be one of the strangest calls.
That son of a... You playing against Dick this week? Yeah. Could be worse, man. When I played against him, he ejected all my players.
What? Armchair.
Not a room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive left field. One run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win.
The fundamental reason for the popularity of the game is the fact that it is a national safety valve. A young, ambitious, and growing nation needs to let off steam. Baseball serves the same purpose as a revolution in Central America or a thunderstorm on a hot day. A tonic, an exercise, baseball is second only to death as a leveler. So long as it remains our national game, America will abide no monarchy, and anarchy will be too slow.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. Mac Magee bringing you the action here on a Friday night. We need 3 outs before they get 4 runs. Top of the 9th inning, and Raisel Iglesias, eyeglasses, comes to the mound. Wasn't sure if they were going to go to him or not with a 4-run lead, but I guess they're going to go ahead and get him some work. Home plate umpire John Lipka is having a powwow with all 3 to see what's going on here. I think they're talking about Iglesias having sticky stuff possibly. Is the rumor I'm getting. So we're going to see what's going on here. Oh, and you know who's in the middle of this? Angel Hernandez. How about that? I almost forgot he was in this crew. So umpire's going over to talk to Snicker. This may be an ejection. We'll see what happens. I feel like that's where this is heading. It's very weird that they would have a conversation with Snicker like this if it wasn't. There's got to be something going on, but typically they would just eject him, and Iglesias is standing on the mound, so I don't know. The Snicker is going out there to... Iglesias is standing on the mound for those of y'all listening on radio. Ronald Acuna Jr., maybe it's got something to do with have anything to do with Ronald Acuna Jr.'s jewelry? They're talking to Acuna. Now, I thought it was Iglesias because that's what we were being led to believe, but see what's going on here now as Acuna I guess they're complaining about a spray in his glove. Not 100% sure what is going on here. Acuna ran into the dugout, so it doesn't look like he's getting ejected. He's being told to change gloves, maybe. So this is about one of the strangest ones I've seen in a while. We'll try to get it cleaned up when we get a little more details on it, but they're now talking to the Giants dugout. And I've never seen anyone complain about Acuna's gloves, so this could just be showmanship. This could be just trying to... I thought it had something to do with Iglesias, but evidently it's Ronald Acuna Jr. and his glove. I've seen Acuna wear that glove many a time, so I don't really know what the issue can be, but we'll see if we can get it cleaned up and figure it out down the road here. First pitch on the way from Iglesias is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. Really odd circumstances, but what I was going to bring up a second ago, so Lorenzen, who threw that no-hitter, and the Phillies are ready to throw a World Series parade because they made the trade for him at the deadline. And I mentioned the night that it happened that he's very up and down as the 1-1 pitch is a swing and a miss strike. It's 1-2. He's very up and down, and he no-hit the Nationals, and that's not exactly. So he also threw 125-plus pitches as the 1-2 pitch is on the way in the dirt, 2-2. Long story short, I was having a debate with someone the other day on social media about the fact that it could have long-term effects because Johan Santana years ago threw 130-something pitches on a no-hitter and was never the same. The 2-2 pitch misses out high wide. It's 3-2. So a full count, the payoff pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Changeup got him on the outer edge. And there's one away. I went to the Washington-Philadelphia box score. By the way, Washington did hold on and win 8-7. So I was curious, well, what happened? Michael Lorenzen got blowed up. First pitch on the way to Wilmer Flores from Iglesias is swung on and fouled straight back for a strike. It's 0-1. Listen to this stat line. The pitcher for the Phillies that everybody was so big on, Lorenzen, 3 1/3 against Washington, 6 earned runs, 1 strikeout, 8 hits, 7 runs total. The 1-1 pitch swung on, pops it up high in the sky, coming in, camping underneath it is Michael Harris II. And there's 2 away. So 2 down. The last man standing, Jock Peterson. Jock Peterson takes the first pitch, inside for a strike, 96-mile-an-hour fastball. It's 0-1. Braves 4, Giants nothing. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, 99 up top. It's 0-2. Giants down to their last strike. The 0-2 pitch, changeup misses outside wide, 1-2. You got a 1-2 count to Jock Peterson. Pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win 4-0. And all that deal for that glove, and the ball wouldn't even hit the tip to him. The outfield does the gritty. Blooper grabs the flag. The fireworks shoot off. And your Atlanta Braves win it 4-0. Take the first game of a 3-game set. I think we know who's going to get the game ball here. You got to give it. Look, I know Strider went 7 and struck out 10. But I think you got to give it to Money Mike. Money Mike goes out, almost gets the cycle. He goes 4 for 5, a double, a triple, and 2 singles, a run and an RBI. But I could definitely share it with Spencer Strider, who went 7 innings and 10 strikeouts. Both of them played outstanding. The Atlanta Braves win the first game of this series. Strider gets his 14th win of the year. And the Atlanta Braves, a little closer now at 79-42. Our magic number will drop to 28 after the loss by Philadelphia as well. And depending on what happens tonight, magic number for home field goes to 38. It could drop to 37 if the Dodgers lose. So go Marlins and go A's. Braves win it 4-0. We'll see you tomorrow night. Pre-game show comes on at 6:30. As get yourself a big bowl of Cheerios. Yanni's on the mound tomorrow night. Should be a high-scoring affair. Have a great night, y'all. Braves win it 4-0.
Goodbye, sweetheart, well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart, goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same back time, same back channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country Baseball. With Mac Magee, we're proud to bring you year number 3. Braves Country Baseball comes your way Tuesdays and Friday nights and 2 more bonus games for a total of 4 games a week. You can also catch Braves Country, our daily sports talk show. We go live 3 to 5, 99.1 FM WQEE, Metro Atlanta. Other CBS, ESPN, and independent affiliates nationwide, and simulcast on youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Find Braves Country HD today wherever you stream. Your first choice for Southern sports and the deepest bench in sports talk.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please. Can I get another cigarette, please?
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium, his record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby, when pitching to Raj. The pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite kin. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mac. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, closed to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of two X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Hey Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first, and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted, and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second, and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult, he bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two!" "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball, and now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.